Ooh, it is Friday and another week has passed. Let's hope today my internet is not going to be so crappy as it was last night. Now, some of it was not me. Some of it was me. Well, not me personally, but some of it was my direct actual internet, in that it was going up and down. Some of it was not. And, well, there's nothing you can do about it. And of course, I don't know about you, but I found that if you're ever struggling to do something, if you're ever struggling with motivation and you finally feel a bit pumped up and you're really ready to go, nothing hits harder than something else then stopping you. Because then the mood passes. Anyway, let's move on to this. Now, for those who were around yesterday after the stream was over, I did do a little bit of testing and I have added a couple of bits to the stream. Now, we don't get it very often, but should somebody raid us, we should get they should get a nice thank you message. But also, I corrected a problem that, well, it wasn't hugely a problem, but it was a problem, in that if I say stuck be right back on and the adverts came, it wasn't turning off the timer. Now the timer obviously would still be counting, only starts when it's on screen, so obviously it would be out should I return to the screen, but it wasn't shutting it down. So I have done something, I hope, that will help hide that should that occur, because that's occurred more than once. Right, let's do the bit of cloth stitch next. Let's put you up there for the moment. Thank you for thumping me, dog. I appreciate that. 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're already out. I need some pins. And already the pin that I found that pinged off yesterday has pinged off again. Oh, I'm tired, people. I'm like, if I had a bath and went to bed, so I had a nice hot, relaxing bath, I reckon I could sleep till tomorrow. I really do. I'd of course then feel like crap for it, but well, part of me would feel like crap for it. The rest of me would be happy for it, so. Put you out the way. Hello, how are you? Oh, my thing didn't speak. Hang on. Why do we not have sound? Did I not run my things? I didn't run my things. Sorry. There we go. Sorry about that, Christy. Wasn't ignoring you. I set myself up and I thought my programs were running, but apparently they were not. So there we go. Because normally it makes you speak in my ear. So how are you? Assuming sound is working. Yeah, I mentioned this once before. In the before times, I used to get really frustrated with some of the YouTubers that I'd watch. And they'd be proper popular YouTubers, and they'd do like, I don't know, 3 videos a week. And it was usually on something that didn't exactly require a lot of prep work. Maybe buy a couple of things to test, kind of thing, right? And at some point, they would all post a video moaning about how much effort it was. Bear in mind, they did not have full-time jobs on top of it. You know, how much effort it was, and how, oh, you know, no one understands, and they need a break, and they'd all be crying, and it'd be like, well, you did choose to do it, love. You know, you really did. Since doing this, I do feel a little more sympathetic for them. Although, you did give up your day job to do this. This was your aim, was to, you know, it's a bit like being famous. You know, if you want to be famous, don't moan that you then can't go out without being recognised. You know, it's, but, as you say, there is often considerable effort and preparation, and especially for us as lace makers, because no one wants to watch a video of you spending, say, 3 hours winding bobbins or punching little holes in your pricking. So you have to do that in your own time. If you're prepping a specific pattern, well, you've got to have designed it, you've got to have made it so that you can show them the finished thing before you maybe even show them how to make it. If you know, and then once you've done it, if you've got an internet as slow as mine takes forever. I mean, I would say that the streaming of whatever I do here, takes about 2/3 as much again to upload to YouTube. So it is that kind of 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not right. That's not right. You know, it means that if I do a 3-hour stream, I probably spend 5 or 6 hours on doing it. And hey, you! Lurking on the bus is fine. And yeah, I mean, Christy, you possibly have an advantage over me because words are my nemesis. And to be honest, none of my videos are setting out to explain anything. I mentioned it yesterday for the first time. I am currently in a position where 38 years of my knowledge is expected for me to impart into 2 people who have never done or touched what I do in my job before. Now, I have no problem that, well, I kind of have a bit of a problem that they've never touched it, because some things are not very forgiving, you know? Anyway, and so I am a little bit concerned because, you know, it could all go really, really Pete-tong, and I don't really want someone who's never touched it and doesn't quite understand what it's about to do, or that will do it and then kind of go, oops, and, you know, all of those kind of bits. So I'm just trying to work out, because these don't feel like the right pairs. So, I don't know, must be. But it just kind of, I almost don't know where to start. Because even with a doctor, if you walk into a doctor's surgery and you've got a problem, they'll, well, what's the matter? Well, it hurts. Now, obviously, doctors can test a bunch of things, Do you respond? Do you have a pulse? Are you breathing? But if, in my case, the server is up, chances are it's not a me thing, right? So, whatever issues may come up, and they said, well, what problems you had over the last, year? None. I haven't got any kind of, well, this happened kind of moments to say, well, should they do it again? This is what I did last time. Because, well, hopefully what they did last time won't happen again because they did a bit of a mistake. So, it is very hard for me to explain how to diagnose a problem without even having a, well, this might happen, right? And so, like this, while I have shown how the stitches work, while I have shown how the pattern equates to the workings out, how I break it down, why I break it down into chunks and consider them chunks, and don't just do a line at a time. They're not here to be instructional. And as you say, that adds a lot of complexity to it, because you need to explain it, you need to do it at a slow enough pace, but not so slow that they've got bored and fallen asleep. You need to give explanation, but in a way that, if they've got half an understanding, they won't be shouting and spitting at you through the screen. And if they don't have much understanding, that they could still possibly follow along. It really is a very fine line to walk. Thank you, Rory. And I have considered trying to make some how-to videos for YouTube, but to be honest, there are a bunch already, and unless I've got something that I think I do that hasn't really been covered, so for example, how I do my cloth stitch, you may notice I don't do the here are 4 bobbins and then the next 4 bobbins version of cloth stitch. Now I do occasionally, so like for example here where I'm about to throw out a pair, I often do a standard cloth stitch. But to walk across the masses, no I don't. But this was the weaver in me, and the weaver in me said, well, it's far more efficient to skip across in 2 moves than it is to make it 3 for a laugh, right? Why not? And it works very well because, well, it's very logical. So I could do a video on how that works. But as you say, then there's prepping, and I'd want diagrams, and I can't draw for toffee. So, well, that's going to be a problem. And there is a lot of work in it, Christy. And so, the fact that you're prepared to do one and all the rest of it, especially on something that I'm really interested in, not that I wouldn't be interested, but you know what I mean, something that I am desperate to learn from you, I appreciate that wholly. And it is one of those things, is like I said the other day, there is that lady who knows how to do the joining and has, gone to some remote, obscure French village to do it. And there is a little bit of bitterness towards her for the fact that it's almost the flexible I can do it. Yeah, that's really nice. You're going to share? No. Well, then you're no use to me, are you? Bugger off. If you're not going to share, bugger off. And as we said, there is no reason to gatekeep information. But at the same time, the effort to put in the information is hard work. It's not 2 minutes, sit down with a camera and just kind of go, I'll just clip this bit, done, right? It doesn't really work like that. Now, for how I do my cloth stitch, yeah, I could probably do that. But for anything else, you need prep. You need to sit down and explain what you're going to talk about in the video. You need to say what you need, what you don't need, what's good for it, what's bad for it, all of those kind of things in life. And then you kind of need to do it. You need to repeat doing it. You need to, show how not just on, potentially maybe not just on a couple of bits of twig on a string, but in real terms, what this might look like in the wild, per se, depending on what it is. And it does. It takes a lot of effort. And as you say, it is something you have to get back into. I mean, one of the biggest problems I had with streaming my lace making was that because I sit in a certain position, so I've got a computer, monitor and keyboard and screen shit over there. Obviously, lace pillow here, camera up here, light surrounding it. I am somewhat pinned with where I go. Now, I don't mind paying some towards, very specifically. I mean, for example, if your video had to be like 3 hours long, right? Because for you to explain it properly, carefully, and from a number of angles so that people can get a real proper idea of what's going on, I don't mind paying something for that. But on the same hand, I don't really want it to be in the hundreds, Because I am mortal. I am not the bottomless pit of money. I am not Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos. I do not have that kind of cash to be floating that sort of money on joining two bits of shit together. Because, well, I mean, part of the reason that now, as you know, this neck curtain is being made of squares. I already know it's going to look pretty ropey because it's made of squares joined together. Now, I know how to join the squares together. I may not make a good job of it, but I know how to join the squares together. However, to do it well and in the manner for which we have been discussing, to make it so that it is borderline invisible, well, that's an art form in its own right. As I said before, ladies had that as their profession in the past. They were the joiner people, right? And it kind of sets the scene that, here's me who took up lace making once again because my brain cells woke me up one day and went, Liz, I want to do this, like a small child. And here I am. I am not, it's not like I've been doing this for 30 years here, right? The real God's honest truth is that before I started doing this last year, I'd been doing it a few weeks. Now, I'd done a bit when I was a kid, so, some of the basic stuff was in there, and I made a couple of bookmarks and stuff before I did this. It was not the first piece I ever made. But I am not exactly the world's most seasoned lace maker. And I'm not pretending that I am, because, well, I'm not. I didn't add one, did I? You go out, and I forgot to add one. So, with that in mind, while I have a number of ideas of how to join it, one with a needle, one with actually making a bit more like how they do crochet square joins, but by crocheting the join kind of idea. I mean, it would be fiddly and I'd probably hate it, but it would only be a couple of bobbins, so it wouldn't be too bad. But I do think that is possibly my most viable option for the as near invisible join as I was ever going to get. But, like you, I want to try it, I want to play with it, which means I've got to generate a sample, or 12, you know, to try different aspects, different ways, different things, and more than one of them, so that you make a decent enough sized thing to give it a proper look, because joining a couple of inches isn't really the same deal. You do need it to be of worthy effort before you start. Because it's like drawing a straight line with your hand. You can do, you know, like an inch pretty much reasonably well without a ruler, but you can't, say, do a metre without a ruler, because you're f***ing it up. So, you need enough that it's almost not a fluke. So it has to be 12 inches, I'd reckon, for it to be a valid test. You'd need it to be a substantial, and you'd need the strips to be reasonably wide. Well, just making those strips is a lot of lace, even if you do something really simple like just ground stitch. It's a lot of lace. And again, you've got to prep it, you've got to, you know, get your pricking, you've got to fill your bobbins, even if you use some ugly yarn that you hate, you've still got to do it. And you've got to have enough of your ugly yarn to do it, and it's got to be of comparable size, and it's got to, you know, it all matters. All these little details, you know, do matter. Because obviously the fatter the yarn, the more likely it is to be noticeable. To be honest, most of the ones where you end up with doubled up yarn in places, to me, would show, because if you've got a really light, airy-fairy kind of lacy, well, thing, I had a pair, idiot, well, then, when you come to do it for real, and you do it with your thread, doubling up in a big line, surely, would almost show as having a hard line on the edge of my square. So I know my square's going to look pretty ugly, to be honest. I do know that. But well, and this is the thing. I'm going to take some detours along the way, because I'm not going to disagree that making the same triangle over and over again, bear in mind this is number 23, it is not, you know, slightly preying on my mind, because, you know, I've kind of been here, done this before, constantly screwing it up, and I realised today, or was it really late last night, bit of both, the walk of shame, people. So, I have a bit of a rule, and I'm in a conundrum. When we got to the end... Hey, Sugarbear, how you doing? When we got to the end, must be Wednesday, I realised that there was something funky going on round about this one. That's right, I've got a 2-inch square on my screen. Let me make this bigger so I can see what you're seeing. Right. Screen. Go. So, if you look, this rose ground here looks, well, frankly, a bit funky. Well, if you look really carefully, it's not too surprising, because, well, that is a pinhole. Now, it doesn't seem to have... And this is the pin in the other corner. So I seem to have somehow... Christ knows... And of course, they don't look like the little squares for some reason, because I never managed to put my pins in dead straight. So if these 4 are a pair, there should be 4 here. And, well, there ain't. So this rose ground looks like, well, a bit of a hash, because, well, it's a bit of a hash. And when I got to the bottom here and stopped, having noticed that this was wrong, we were going to go back first thing yesterday and fix it. Guess what we forgot to do? Well, we didn't! And now I would have to undo all of this and all of this to fix that. I'm not sure I'm up for that. So I've left it. It weighs on my soul. A lot. Not going to deny. Really? There's a pinhole here that doesn't have a pin in it, which means I missed a corner. I know, but I missed a bit. Yeah. It is hard because, as I say, these pins are not straight. Now, if I could push them all down, it would be a bit more obvious. But you'll notice that the middle of this is not really a circle. It looks... Bailey, my darling, if you think it's worth that much... Darling, if it's worth that much, I would be happy. Alright? Well, to be honest, and I've said this before, it's going at the top of my landing. Nobody else, even my visitors, need to go upstairs. So the only living things that will sit will be me and 2 dogs. And I can assure you, the dogs don't give a shit. They really, really don't. Much as they love me, they don't care. They're not in. They're really not in the mood for lacy things, right? Now, on top of that, you really think when I'm crawling my sorry butt up to bed that I'm going to stop and admire my lit curtain? Of course I'm not going to walk straight past it and ignore it. So, okay, first thing in the morning, I will be walking towards it and it will be in my eye line. You think I'm awake enough to notice? There will be times that I look at it and I just go, oh. But for the most part, I probably won't even focus on it. It will be there and it could be on fire and I probably wouldn't notice. So, hence, I'm disappointed with myself because I forgot to go back and fix it, even though I meant to. Should have put a note on, dangling off my light or something. Because normally I would go back and fix that, but not that far. If I'd remembered when I started here yesterday and gone back and fixed that, yeah, not a problem. In a heartbeat. If I'd realised when I got to nearer the bottom of this and I could work back a bit and fix it, yeah, not a problem. But now I've done all the rest of it. No, I'm not going back. I'm not going back all those hours. Not for something that I probably won't. I mean, as the maker, if I look at it, I will see all the mistakes because that's what we do, right? In our minds, our brains go, well, I screwed up there. And that's all they see. They don't see the many correct ones. They see the mistakes, right? And this is why, as creators of things, we do tend to be overly critical of our work because, well, we see the mistakes that we made, not the things that we got right. And there are times when you have to go, so I made a mistake. Okay. I accept that. Yes, I did. I mean, how many times have I got to the end of a square, spent hours sewing it up, gluing it for good measure, take one look at it and go, well, I screwed that up, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. And it is slightly soul destroying because as I go along, in my head, I am doing the right thing all the time. Now, if you've ever done any form of athletics or gymnastics or dance or anything along those lines, where you deal with repetition of event a lot, and yet you swear you do the same thing every time, but it doesn't come out the same. And it really is sometimes very frustrating, the difference between success and failure, but you swear you did exactly the same thing as last time. You know, you're happily doing something, I know, bounce, flip, boing, boing, twist, right? Because bear in mind I was a gymnast. And suddenly one day you kind of land on your ass and you're like, well, where did that come from? Well, because you didn't bounce, flip the same as you did last time. Well, I thought I did. I really thought I did. But apparently not, you know. It's good to see everybody, though. I appreciate you all here. You're a bit tangled. Yeah, you're good, you're good. You have the makings of the next match. You're being annoying. I can see it already. I saw that. You could be better. So, let's scoot you round further to make more room, because, well, that's a thing. You can scoot all the way around there and be proper out the way. Right, big square time. I think as you said there, Christy, now in theory you could just change the pattern. The problem is this being square number 6, I'm never going to remember to screw up that one dot in the future, so... And the fact that I'm 3/4 of the way through this square, it's not like I can do it on each of the same points in a square. So, from here on out, you know, a number of squares will at least be the same. Nope. No, that's not going to happen in a hurry. But it is somewhat frustrating to make mistakes and only realise that much later that you made a mistake. And again, when you do some hobbies, such as this, going back and fixing it is hard work. Same's true with weaving, to be honest. I was making my Auntie Pat some tea towels. Sadly, she died before she got them. But I was making my Auntie Pat some tea towels, and I had this beautiful pattern. I really loved it. It was going to be really nice. And I was almost in tears when I realised I'd screwed it up. But I hadn't just screwed it up a bit. I'd made like 3/4 of a tea towel. And I got the warp wrong. So it had like these overlapping circles across it, with kind of funky bits in the middle, but overlapping circles. And one of them, I don't know quite how I did it, but it was like I missed a chunk. So it was, like everything, once you've seen it, you can't unsee it, right? And of course, because it's in the warp, it means it's the whole way up this tea towel. And she said she didn't mind. But in some ways that made it worse. Because, you know, she also was very much a crafter. So she knows that going back and fixing some things is a lot of work. And having to undo something that was multicoloured and multicoloured weft, more to the point, and all of those kind of things. Just quit it, you piece of shit. Where's my bag of taming collars? So she knew that it was a lot of... She even though it's not her hobby and one she'd done, she knew that it would be a lot of work to undo it and go back and fix it. But at the same time, because it was for someone I liked, someone I loved, you want it to be right. And, well, you want it to be right anyway, but, you know, more importantly, the more you like someone, the more right, you know, you feel that it needs to be. The more sad you are when you realise you've got it wrong somehow. Now, part of me is glad she never saw how it turned out. I mean, I'd sent her a picture, but she never got to see them. She was unfortunately taken rather quickly, so we didn't have a lot of warning. I mean, I knew she had a problem, but yeah, I mean, she was the nicest lady as well. My Auntie Pat was proper nice. She was not technically a relative. She was someone I had known for a large part of my childhood, and someone I was very attached to. And, you know, when my dad died, she was really helpful. She was there for me. She was more upset than I was. Not that I wasn't upset about my dad, but I guess the dog owner of me saw my dad and how ill he was, and really I'm really glad that he missed out on COVID, because God help us all if he'd been around for COVID. Dear God, I couldn't have taken that. So, you know, there are some bonus sides to that. But my Auntie Pat I mean, my ex-husband met my Auntie Pat, and even he said, she's really the nicest lady. My Auntie Pat swears, or swore more accurately, because of course she's retired. She used to swear. She was very much like me, and I had so much love for her because she was so practical. And I'd always joked that my dad's couch and chairs needed to be burnt because no one liked them. My dad had built them, so you'd think that I'd want to love them, and no, they were more uncomfortable than a church pew. You've never sat on anything so uncomfortable as those couch and chairs. And, well, my dad made them when I was 16, and when he died, like 6 years ago now, they were still going. So he made them well. Now, and I brought this up in his eulogy because, you know, you couldn't criticise how well he'd built them, for they still lived on. But no one who ever sat on those damn chairs thought they were comfortable. Nobody. No one ever sat down and went, oh, these are comfy. Nobody ever, right? And pretty much everyone who sat on them also wanted to burn them. Now, we didn't. We gave them to charity. But God help anyone who actually bought them, because you'll regret it, mates. You really will. It is not a thing. And, you know, she was all up for having, like, the bonfire party and burning of the couch. And, you know, she really was. She could brighten any day. She really could. And, you know, it was really sad that she went so quickly. Because I'd, you know, been speaking to her, you know, a couple of days before. And it's not like, you know, she'd been in hospital for weeks or anything. She just kind of went. And, I mean, she wasn't young, don't get me wrong, but, you know, like everybody, everyone has their time, but it was still, you know, too soon, as always, it often is the case, and so, yeah, I miss my Auntie Pat. She didn't die that long after my dad, actually. I think it was about 9 months later. But like everything, right? I mean, I was sad because all the things that I'd made to give to her and her family, she never got to see them. And I would have liked that. It was a bit like, and this is going to sound really lame, the little man in my icon, Charlie. Charlie was a wonderful little boy. He was the bestest boy. No, don't listen, Rory. He was the bestest boy. And he deserved the moon on a stick, that dog. He really did. And I had a dental problem. When I had my car accident in 91, I lost a tooth. And the dentist did a bridge to fix it. I paid a lot of money that I didn't really have. It was nearly half a year's salary to have it fixed. No one told me they only have a 20-year lifespan. So when I was taking Brown down the vet for something, can't even remember what we were taking it for, but I was taking Brown down the vet. All I remember is something about the word flowers. And I said the word flowers and, that felt a bit funny, you know, right? Anyway, got back to the car. Kind of like, wonder why saying flower, you know, sort of talking to myself. I wonder why saying flower, oh. And in my hand was my bridge, including one of the front teeth that had been holding it in. The whole tooth. Oh. So I put it back in, because, well, I haven't got anywhere to put it, so put it back in. Yeah, I know all the germs and you could have got an infection. Yeah, I know, right? Next morning, down the dentist, waiting in the queue. Tooth fell out. Oh, okay. So there they were, and, you know, I didn't say what they needed to do to it, I just kind of went, my tooth fell out. And they kind of went, yeah, put me in the chair, had a bit of a look, and they started gluing it in. Because the half tooth, when they make a bridge, the tooth that's missing, or the tooth or teeth that are missing, obviously are missing. They then drill down to little posts, teeth either side, so that they can glue like little hats on them to hold up the bit in the middle. And the tooth that more on my right, so a bit more round the back, was still there, and of course sore, because of course it's had all of its armour plating drilled away, and it's now just a husk of a sad thing. And they glue it back on and shove the tooth back in, and literally go, oh, and of course gluing it in, stupid. Well, I never said glue it back in. You picked that. Well, if it's a stupid idea, why are you doing it? Anyway, they told me not to eat anything, hard for a while, and I didn't. They said, leave it for 2 hours, don't have anything hot, don't have anything cold. If you have to sip, drink tepid water, but don't eat anything for 2 hours, blah, 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 blah. So, being me, I followed the instructions religiously. I made it longer than the time that they gave it, just to be on the safe side. It kind of was fine while I was at work. Got home, wasn't exactly eating concrete here. Didn't pull out a slab of toffee. Went to eat, something fairly mushy, like, fish fingers or something. And it fell off in my hand again. So I was back at the dentist. And they kind of went, oh. So then they decided that they'd make me a brace with a tooth on it, for want of a simple description. Obviously it's a false tooth, but in the style of, here's a, one of those slide up in your mouth braces with a tooth stuck on it. Or, in my case, 3 teeth. 2.5 teeth stuck on it. So, they went to take the mould, and they put loads of gunge on the mould, put it in my mouth, and it was so overfull. I mean, this thing was literally a mountain. So overfull that the spill-off was attached to my tonsils, and of course I'm gagging on the thing, because, well, it's fiddling with my tonsils. Oh, you need to sit still. Dude, you're making me retch. I'm not doing this deliberately. It's bouncing off me tonsils. Can't help it. So, that got sent off. A couple of weeks later, my thing was back. Went in for a fitting. So, he puts it in my mouth, and, oh, that's a bit tight, drill, drill, drill. Oh, it's still a bit tight. Drill, drill, drill. Put it in again. Fiddle, fiddle, drilled off. Obviously he's drilling down tiny fractions, but drill, 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 poke, poke, poke. Drill, 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 poke, poke. Right, that's a better fit. And now he'd had such a problem putting it in, even when he was happy with it, that I was kind of like, I want to be confident I can get this thing out to clean it, because gross if I couldn't, right? So I took it out. Okay. I put it back in, put it on my thumb, chunked it up. I put it in straight now, didn't I? So the moment my mouth, it fell out. Because he'd drilled away too much. Because, of course, it was right the first time. And he made me pay for that and wouldn't fix it. And so I went off to get implants. And I went to one bloke, a local bloke, and kind of went, hi, look, interested in implants. And he put me in the chair and had a quick look at my teeth and went, yeah, we can do that. About 6 weeks. It'll cost you $2,000, whatever it is. And I kind of went, ouch, okay. And I went and got, and for once in my life, I'd also booked to go see someone else to get a quote from them. So I did. It was the following morning. Turned up. Hello. He put me in the chair and he kind of, went and did an x-ray of my head kind of thing. No, I don't want to do that. And he said to me, how long have you had the ulcer? And I went, what ulcer? Well, the ulcer, how long have you had it? As I said, dude, what ulcer? Well, you said your dentist looked at your teeth, yeah? And he did an x-ray, yeah? Okay. And he didn't mention the ulcer, and I went, no. That doesn't feel right. Yes. And you said you got a quote yesterday. I went, yeah. And what did he say about the ulcer? And I said, as I said, what ulcer? And he showed me the x-ray. Now, I am not medical. I am not a dentist. But when you see a picture of the skull and the bit above the two front teeth, there is a dome that is as black as night. My abscess had eaten away all of my skull up to my nose in the front mouth, which is why my front tooth had fallen out. There was no skull for it to be hanging into. And it's like, yeah, I can see that. He didn't even have to point it out. Oh, I see that. Yeah, it's kind of big, isn't it? So, of course, the first thing they had, he then said, well, before I can do your implants, we need to grow you some new skull so there is something to put the implants in. And you're like, oh, fuck. How much is this going to cost? So it cost me a lot of money, all right? And it took quite a long period of time. I'd say for 6 months nearly, I had no front teeth. And I got quite used to it. I looked really stupid in my as you spoke kind of thing, right? But I was really sad because when I went, I hadn't got my new teeth before Charlie went. And that really made me sad. And it was almost the first thought after Charlie had died. Because my little man, I mean, I used to... Charlie was a very intuitive dog. And I always used to say that if Charlie could... If I could explain to Charlie how getting a card on Valentine's Day would make me cry with happiness, he would make one. If he knew it meant that much to me, he would have done it. That dog was the height perfection. Not that I don't love Rory and Amy, but Charlie really was really specially good. Rory and Amy still do bad things. By this age, Charlie had kind of given up on the bad things thing. And so, we'd got to that happy plateau where he'd stopped doing any bad things. And he was just a joy to live with. We haven't made it that far yet. I'm sure when Rory's time comes, I will feel slightly less aggrieved on occasions, and we will have moved on, right? But for now, there are still bad things, such as I'm surprised I'm not really supporting a big bruise this morning. I've said this before. Rory gets a form of PTSD, and I don't entirely know what triggers it. But usually, it seems to be if he is half too fully asleep and something touches his bottom, he goes to kill it. Well, I obviously moved while I was asleep last night, and I caught it. Now, I did feel teeth on the back of my hand, but there is literally no marks, as you can tell. There are no visible holes, and I got what I felt was going to be a big bruise here, but as you can see, absolutely nothing to show for it. But it did hurt. And he was really sorry, because, again, he doesn't want to be mean and horrible. But, a bit like when if you're half asleep and someone, if someone, I know, poked feather up your nose while you were asleep, you'd punch them in the face probably. It's a reaction, yeah. And if someone put a feather up your nose, you'd probably punch them, even if it was like, the Pope or something, right? You'd still do it because it's a gut reaction. And you may not mean it, but it's happening anyway. And, you bought it on your own head. You did it. Never mess with a sleeping anything, frankly. And so, poor old Rory, he was not a happy soul because he had done something and he does it. And when I say no, and, he stops, because then obviously his brain cells are kicking in as to what he's doing. And, it's dark because it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. And so, it's a bit hard to see what was going on, and, you're not quite sure how you ended up in this situation. But, he was all teeth and fur and death and stuff. And for once it wasn't at his sister, it was at me. So, but I also know that I was dreaming of, like, doing kind of this with my arms. I have no idea what I was doing, but as I woke up, I knew I was dreaming of like lifting or throwing something. So maybe I put my arms underneath him and was trying to lift him up. I mean, just because he was heavy and maybe he was making my arms go to sleep. I have no idea. I was asleep, dude. But obviously, you know, between the pair of us, we got ourselves into a situation. And I do feel very strongly for him because it is not something he can control. And I have some holes from his previous efforts in the matter. You know, but I would also say none of them have been his fault. Now, he did give his sister a serious seeing to and made a hole or two. And that was unnecessary. He was wide awake. There was no call for that. Speaking of which, why do I not have any dogs? Where are my dogs? Doggies! I do have dogs. There's one. There's a dog. Hello, dog. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? When they're quiet and you don't know where they are. Probably. What were you doing? Where's your bruvs? What were you doing, smelly face? Yes. Yes, little one. Can't tell you off for trampling because I did call you, so, you know. Oh, what a yawn. Yes. What you doing? Were you snoozing in the hall? You're allowed to snooze in the hall. I don't really get the fascination of the hall, but is Rory sleeping in the hall? Is he? Right. Go on then. Because normally Rory's asleep behind me. You shoved me a couple of times, Amy. That'll make me love you more, of course. So yeah. But you know, Charlie was a very good little boy. I mean, don't get me wrong. When he was littler, he did some dumb shit. Some highly destructive dumb shit at that. My old house has. Well, let's put it this way. He ate the hall carpet. He ate the dining room carpet. There was a kind of felty, rubber-backed, carpety thing in the kitchen. I've got the same stuff here, actually. Not the same colour, but the same kind of stuff. He ate that too. He put 2 holes in the walls. He dug up plants out the garden. He ate a lot of post. Mind you, we eat post, so we share that with Charlie. We like eating post. It's, you know, now Charlie was different. Charlie ate the post because Charlie would act as like a draft excluder for the front door. So he'd be lying where the post would land. So of course he'd be lying half asleep, the post would come through the post box and land on his head, and as we've discussed as a reaction, his first reaction was, I'm gonna eat it because it landed on me. And to be fair, that doesn't seem an unwarranted reaction. I mean, again, if I was asleep and you threw things at me, I'd probably, you know, I might not eat it because, well, I've got other choices, but I probably would chuck it out the window or destroy it on the grounds of, well, you clearly didn't want it then. I certainly might rip it up or, you know, throw it in the bin. So with that in mind, you know, we understood why Charlie did it, but of course we needed our post. So we had to get a post box, and we did that. But once we had a post box, the only time Charlie ever did anything that was not good was when he was ill. You know, and if he'd had the trots and, well, he couldn't get out in the garden, well, he did it somewhere in the house because, well, that was the only place he had. So there was a wonderful day of the chocolate mousse on the stairs. Oh, dear God. No smell-o-vision could brace you for that day because, of course, it was a really hot summer's day. And he'd obviously done it significantly earlier. The smell had all but sunk into the walls, it felt. It was so ripe. Oh, so ripe. I mean, we've all we've all gone to a bathroom and gone, dear God, who died in here, right? No, this was so much another level. Because it was the entirety of the stairs. For anyone who hasn't had dogs, dogs are like TARDISes. When it comes to needing to poo, some dogs just seem to magic it out of nowhere. And Charlie was one of those. So if I took my dogs on a walk with, one of my friends, her dogs would do like one poo at the start after a bit of a walk, and that'll be it. They might do a couple of wheeze along the way, but that'll be it. Well, they do. But my lot, kind of 12 poo bags later, and they're, I've got another one now, right? And you're kind of going, what do you mean you need another poo? How in the name of mercy can you need another poo, right? This doesn't feel right. Mind you, they often don't, so. See, this feels like it should be the top. The bottom pair of this feel like it should be. Possibly somewhere that's wrong. So if they go there, and they go there, yeah, it is wrong. And you take them out for a walk, and all you seem to do is spend your time picking up poo. And you're now carrying like the entire dog's body weight in poo in a bag, right? And you're kind of going, you must be a hollow husk of a shell. How have you got bones and stuff in there? Because it just does not compute, right? It just does not work out. There is no logic that can explain how that much poo was in a dog, right? And when you're walking with others, it's embarrassing because, as I say, some dog owners, their dog kind of goes, and done. That's it for an entire walk, even if it's a 4-hour walk. That's it. They're done. You, for the next 4 hours, are it feels like 10 minutes. It's obviously not, but it feels like every 10 minutes. Oh, look, here's another. Oh, it's not even a little bit of a drip of one. No. We are talking full on. And you're kind of going, I need like a cart. I need to take a cart with me to carry all the bags. Charlie was one such dog, and he had obviously emptied the entire carton of carriage of produce down the stairs in chocolate mousse format, which of course means you can't just pick it up because of course it's seeped into the carpet. And it was then that we discovered the vax that we'd bought didn't work, that it had died. So of course then, with somewhat over sense of emergency, we are now looking to buy a new vax because we've got a carpet we need to clean. Because, well, frankly, humdingers, this needs dealing with. This is not something that wiping it with a rag is going to fix, right? And of course, more to the point, gonna need to clean the dog. Now, many dogs will happily wade in the stinkiest cesspool that they can find while out on their walk. But offer them a bath of clean water that is just water, no suds, no funny smells to it, just water. Oh no, you can't get in that. No, good God, woman, what do you think I am, right? Bless Charlie. Charlie, I tried to bath Charlie once before because Yeah, you're not the one who saw it or smelt it, so all I can say, honey, is yeah, that's on you, that one. Um, but it was all down his back legs, all over. Basically, it was like he'd sat in a vat of it. And even he got in the bath knowing that this would be a helpful thing and let me wash him. Poor little man. But it was things like that. That was the kind of thing, the only thing he ever got wrong was, well, because he couldn't have not got it wrong. Clearly that needed to happen, and it was happening whether he wanted it to or not. Poor little man. So yeah, Charlie was a special little guy. I do miss him. There was a beautiful meme I saw involving the TARDIS. And it was kind of like, you know, man kind of meets Doctor Who. And, you know, hello, I've got a time machine. And, you know, he's standing next to the grave of his puppy dog. And goes back 12 years. Meets his little puppy again at the beginning. Hey, we've got 12 years. The next one, you know, kind of like, hey, we've got 12 years. You know, yeah. Charlie, if that thing from Sixth Day or whatever it is with Arnie and Repet was a thing, damn tootin' I'd have repetted Charlie. I would have found the money for that. I don't know how, but I would have found the money for that. That was definitely something that needed to happen. I'd have had Charlie again in a heartbeat. Charlie was a pedigree mutt, and I do mean that with love and joke, in that both Charlie's parents were pedigrees, just not of the same kind. And Charlie, as a result, was beautiful to look at. He was a very good looking little boy, and he was free. Well, free dogs make the best dogs. Somebody else's discard, you also make really good dogs. Yeah. Charlie was a very intelligent little boy. One of the things that used to happen is you'd be going on a walk and you'd meet some dog owner and they'd have a toy. Yes, pedigrees are generally not healthy as a whole. Anyway, Charlie on a walk would be awesome. Just trying to work out what the hell is not working out here somehow. So you need to... Something's not right here. Because one of you... That's better. Now I've got bobbins I can uncross. And more bobbins that have sinned. But you go for a walk and you'd run into some random dude with a dog. And it would have a toy and it'd be carrying it. And like, you know, 20 minutes later, they'd go, oh, he hasn't got his toy. And, you know, Charlie, go and get the bone. Charlie would go back and like he'd made, you know, I'll make note of where you left that because I'll need that later. And he would literally go straight to it, pick it up and bring it back. And hand it over. And he wouldn't pick up every toy. He would pick up the toy you said. It was the same as, you know, Charlie, go and get your ball from the garden. And he'd go and do that. Amy is a lot like that. She is borderline intelligent like that, in that she has some understanding. You know, so we've got Dino and Gecko. She knows which is which. One's Dino, one's Gecko. She can tell them apart. One's a pink fucking dinosaur. The other one's kind of like a multicoloured camo gecko. But of course she doesn't know that. But she does. I mean, I don't doubt she knows entirely what that means. But she does know. She can do like, where's Dino? And she'll go and get Dino. And I never taught Charlie it directly. Charlie taught himself that, just as Charlie taught himself to speak. I didn't teach him how to speak, but I was doing something on the phone and I was kind of like listening to, probably to my dad whining about dog poo, funnily enough. I have turned into my dad, by the way. And, listening to my dad and kind of like, getting a bit bored with the conversation, wanting it out. And jokingly went to Charlie, speak. And he did. It was like, well, I didn't actually say speak, I just went, and he woofed at it. He knew sign language. Now, obviously, this is not speak, right? This is normally okay for a diver. But he recognised that symbol and what I wanted without me ever training him to do that. He also knew German for things. I didn't teach him that neither. And nor did Trev. I mean, but somehow that dog knew German. And again, we got him when he was 3 months old. So, although he had a number of homes by that point, I doubt any of them he hadn't been at any of them long enough to really learn anything. Because when we got him, he didn't know anything basic. We had to teach him all of that. So, even if they'd meant he'd heard the words, he would not have heard them in association with, Zech to sit down, Schlaffer to speak. He would not. You could lie down. Sorry, that was lie down, but it's been a while. I don't do German, but Sprecher, he would speak. Now, okay, they do sound a little bit like the British kind of thing, but not that much. And yet he knew. He really was quite a clever little man. So poor old Charlie. He was a good boy though. And as I say, this is one of the things that I never understood with lace making, is that when you have to undo something, you never seem to have to reverse the moves that you did the first time round. That never seems to work out. Not properly. Not like it should. Something always seems to be slightly wrong, And now we've got to work out how we're missing a pair of bobbins in the corner, which is going to be interesting. Because I don't like the sound of that. This could get real messy. But this is the kind of one that you can't not fix. Because, well, you can't magic bobbins out of nowhere. Because, well, somewhere it means there'll be an extra pair. And then what do you do with them? So we need to work out how this mess got created. So... for goodness sake. So, I've got a feeling I must have missed throwing out a pair of bobbins on the way down. So you are the top pair, that's fine. Yeah, I missed throwing out a pair of bobbins. Okay. We can fix this. We can fix it. You'll be annoyed, but we can fix it. So, 3 pairs of bobbins in there. So I need 1, 2, 3. I'm not going to overfill them this time around. 1, 2, 3, 6. You need to go in a stick. shame. So for everybody watching, Christy, if she's still around, is also a lace maker. Christy is clever. Christy is also planning on making a net curtain, and we've had a good discussion upon this. And I'm really excited to see how her net curtain will go. She's got a bit before she does it, so you know, it's not like she's starting today kind of thing. But she's obviously she's done lace making more than I have, and she has a cunning way of making big patterns in GIMP. Now, as you all know, I've got a thing called Lace 8, but the biggest problem with Lace 8 is if I say to it, I want, 45 centimetres by 90, because they're easy numbers. It's not big enough, but we'll go. I think, well, it's almost big enough. Anyway, you can't. It doesn't do that big. You also can't work on it, and if you fill it, it will just die. Even a bookmark can be too much for it. Which is a little disappointing considering I've got a beast of a machine. It just dies. It is very inefficiently written. If you copy and paste things, so let's say, like, for sake of the argument, let's say I highlight all of these dots here and I want to pull them out and put them to the side over here because I want to maybe do something else here on one of, for half the square. So maybe this half and this half, I want to make those V shapes different. As I paste it over here, 90% of those dots won't show. So I won't, and it'll be like one dot here and we'll say another dot here. The rest of them don't show. So I don't know where it is. So if you copy like this square block here and you need to move it around, you don't know if you're actually moving it to the right place, because until you've hit paste and then taken your mouse away, you can't see it. It is a terrible program, and I've reported bugs in it left, right and centre, and she hasn't fixed a single one. Either she doesn't get it because she's not technical, you see, this is it. Christy is cool, right? We like Christy. Christy's cool. And so, she has a YouTube channel, everybody. Christy, you're allowed to post your URL, by the way. And so I can wholly recommend that as she makes some videos, because she's making videos, if you're any more interested in the process of what is going on here and in the general lace making world, Christy is making videos, so that would be potentially worthwhile watch. Whereas my videos are just more of me documenting me do this. So I'm not really here on an instruction level. I'm much more of I'm recording myself for myself and invite you to watch me along the way. So I am not really setting out for it to be an educational interest, other than maybe how long it took me and, the fun and shit I had along the way. So, yes, I very much encourage people to go to Christy's channel. In fact, see if I can get hold of that. Hang on. I had this problem yesterday looking on YouTube for channels because I was just going to go and get you get a link for you. That was because one of the things that I hate is that your subscriptions are neither in the order of when people last posted, nor are they in alphabetical order, nor they're just random, and it makes finding anybody in them real freaking hard. There you are. Click on that. There we go. So if I grab this for you, so we will. I strongly recommend all of her work because she is a glorious, wonderful lady. Assuming she doesn't mind being called a lady in this day and age, you can't just assume. But as I say, an awful lot of these things are, you know, Christy and I were talking earlier about how so much of lace making is a lot of prep, and it's, you know, she was explaining how, you know, she's worked on a video, you know, she's been working on a video, and it does take so much time. And well, as you know from, you know, those of you who've watched me doing this for a while, even, you know, while I'm backtracking, which really doesn't help the speed process after all, because let's face it, you know, undoing half of what you did yesterday is never a fun part of the game. But I'll go back and find out how I screwed up. And I don't know why. I don't know why it is, but somehow, like I said earlier, you don't set out to screw up, because you don't. You really, really don't. And you sit there thinking that, you know, I mean, even when doing this, so clearly I've screwed up doing this. But here's the stupid part of it. Don't need you. Put you over here. When you do this, you know, I make sure I've got the right number here. So the only way this really can go wrong is that you don't throw it out and then you don't add one on the inside, right? So you have the right number of bobbins, they're just not the right bobbins. Because it's a bit like driving down a freeway, motorway, whatever you call, autobahn, wherever you are, right? When you drive a car, you don't 90 degree over into the next lane. You kind of drift over into the next lane. So you don't drastically move your steering wheel to change lanes. And in lace making, you don't do like none of your stuff is actually a diagonal. Your bobbins don't actually go diagonal. These bobbins kind of go in a straight line. And like building Lego, if you were building a triangle in, you know, if you were doing a diagonal in Lego of 3 bricks and you had a 6 base, you might start on the 3 over there. The next one would be 1 block in. The next one would be 1 block in. And you would make a diagonal. And that's exactly the same with lace, is that you move over 1 pair of bobbins each row, right? And it is kind of frustrating because it's really not hard to do. Oh, I pulled out the wrong pen, but I need to pull that one out in a minute anyway, so I won't worry about it. It is so frustrating because it's not hard, but somehow you still manage to cock it up. And it is slightly soul destroying because you are trying really hard to get it right. You know, much like all of the crafting stuff we've been talking about. You're trying to get it right, you're not deliberately doing it wrong, and yet somehow it's wrong. And it can be quite upsetting that you put all that time and effort into it and it's wrong. Now, I'm still not going back and fixing the one up here because I would have to undo so much of the stuff that's in there right now, and that is more than my brain cells are willing to cope with today. If I was in the most happy day of my life, I might have considered it. But I certainly wouldn't be pleased about it. It would certainly break the happiness of the day, is all I can say to that. It would definitely not be the day I needed, if you know what I mean. So, it would certainly take my happy day to a not happy day. Just going to take these out of the way. But like this, unlike the other one, which although is a faux pas, it has not affected where anything is. This one has, so I have no choice. It's not a botchable thing. There is no, oh, these pairs should be round the other way, I'll just twist these a bit more and it'll look alright. No, that's not going to work here. It's not like I've got a coloured pair and they seem out of spec and I can just frig it to make them end up in the right place. That's not it. You're gonna get a hat of shame. Get a hat of shame. That. So yes, undoing the great mistakes is never something a crafter enjoys. I mean, in crochet and knitting, it's called frogging because you rip it. Doesn't really work in lace making. It's just tedious. It's just tedious. And one of the things you'll notice is that undoing always seems quicker than doing. Which is also depressing, because it means you undo all those hours of work in like 20 minutes, and you're kind of going, so why did it take me so long to do it? Why did that not happen quicker? Oh, Snorbits here, what are you doing? So, last night, I mentioned right at the beginning of the stream, I did a bit of work on my streams. So, in theory, if people raid me, it should thank them and give them a shout out to be nice. As well as put up a little thing on screen briefly, not very long, it's like 5 seconds, to acknowledge the raid, right? On top of that, I also added a thing so that if a phrase gets auto-modded because they've mentioned hideous things like viewers and remove space and, you know, all those kind of stuff, that it should tell me so that I don't sit here completely oblivious to it and miss my window to report them as the spamming bots that they are. So hopefully that's a good thing. I also, hopefully, have fixed the, if I go to be right back, so sometimes I've had to go and do something, like when we managed to, well, I say we, when I managed to spill Coke all over the floor, I had to go and clean it, I put Be Right Back on and threw some adverts at the beginning because, well, it gets them out of the way, right? Well, when you come back from that, my stupid thing still showed the advert timer and obviously was counting it down from 3 minutes. Even though, well, I'm not on ads anymore, thanks. We kind of did that. That was like 3 minutes ago. And so, although it's supposed to turn it off, somehow obviously it hadn't. And I need to look at partly why it hadn't. But, because it does normally, obviously. And what I've done now is I've added a thing that if I go back to this screen and the ads are not running, that it hides the box. Now, I haven't tested that if I do it and the ads are running, it leaves the box because, well, if it's not really so much of a problem if it doesn't, if you know what I mean. So, from that point of view, you know, whatevs. but it's more the if I come to this screen, I probably could have made it a lot easier on myself actually, but I have tried to do it so that if there are ads, it puts the timer on. Now it'll still probably start at 3 minutes, but it would then disappear as and when the timer. Oh, is that maybe why? Maybe that's why. I think I've worked out why it didn't kill off the thing actually. Hang on, because I've got a feeling. Where would I have done that? I would have done that in this one. I've got a feeling. Yes, I know I have a copy open. When I double clicked the window, you ate it and minimised it, and I wanted to click on it. So, ads. Yeah, you see, that's possibly why. So if can I copy and paste that? So if I do that and say hidden, that will also potentially fix that. So, the plan is, for those who can still hear me, the problem is that the timer was hiding itself after 3 minutes, not being automatically actually hidden by the same way I triggered it. So when I came back, because the timer had never counted down from 3 minutes, it automatically showed it and then started to 3 minutes. So now I've added at the end of 3 minutes to actually hide it as well. So if it's not already hidden, it will be now. So when I come back to it, not only have I got a thing that says if you come back and ads aren't running, to hide the box, that if it's at the end of the ads, it should hide the box. So if I have the be right back screen, when I come back here, the box shouldn't be hidden shouldn't be visible anyway. Yeah, that's the thing. Gotta save that, because that's the thing. Yeah, there you go. So I did a fair bit of work on it last night while the video was uploaded. My boss asked us all what we were doing this weekend yesterday, and I said, putting unit tests in my code, and you could almost hear that's what you're going to do at the weekend? Yeah, because it's still better than cleaning up my shit pile. Right. I would rather make unit tests than clean up my shit pile. So, the problem was the line before, actually. Okay, more back we go. Dear God. Let's sigh. Right. Here. Now. Yeah, problem is here. This pair that I added in on the end of this should not have been added in on the end of this, for they were not wanted. So it gives me 1, 2, 3. See, that's already 4. But that's right, because I'm about to chuck a pair, and then there'll be 3 to pick up. So, that's right. Anyway. So, you see, how did I manage to get that wrong? I mean, you'd think it was hard. You know, you'd think it would be quite simple. But it apparently isn't. So you now can go in the stick because we don't need you, but we will give you a bit of a tighten up, and then we'll work our way across. This gives us our 3 pairs and our joining pair, like that. And we get a pin. Is the hole ready, somewhere? Yes. Oh. Can we make you a bit shorter because you're a bit annoying? You have to be a lot shorter, just a bit. You can go in the stick. You're getting longer, but you are forgiven a little. You out before you forget. New pet. Pin. As I said, undoing mistakes is, I mean, even those who obviously are seasoned crafters, we know that this is generally what happens when you screw it up, but at the same time it doesn't mean we have to like it. And as I say, somehow there you are, paying lots of attention, swearing you're doing all the right things, and yet somehow apparently not. And it is quite soul destroying. For you are paying attention, you are doing your best, and yet you still manage to screw it up. Makes you feel rather stupid. It is, but like everything, is you can't tell someone how to feel about it, and nearly every crafter feels quite an overwhelming element of disappointment in themselves when they discover they've made a mistake, because if you're increasing every 10 stitches. Now, one of the problems as an autistic person I have with statements like increase every 10 stitches is that knit 10 stitches and do an increase, or increase on the 10th stitch. Well, because if you've got enough stitches, that really matters. Because in one, you're doing 9 stitches and then an increase, and the other one, you're doing 10 stitches and an increase. Well, potentially, if you've got enough stitches, you've got an extra increase on your row, and your row count will be wrong now. And that's it. It's the... And so you can be paying a lot of attention. Or it's the same on the... It does. And it's the same with, every 6th row. Was that on the 6th row? After 6th row? Can you be can you not say every and say on the 6th row or after every 6th row or on the 7th? Just pick one. Don't kind of waft it in a general direction. Because, you know, it can matter a lot. It can make a considerable difference. Which, of course, is why you get people coming into various internet groups going, I can't work out why I've not got the right stitch count. No, love. No one ever is sure why they don't have the right stitch count. No knitter ever got to the end of 16 rows and went, oh, I don't have the right stitch count. I know why. Said nobody ever, right? It's, you know, but it's true, though. You know, kind of, I'll eat my shoe. By the way, anyone got any tips on this? Right, so, question for the room. I am wearing a pair of slippers. They are like little boot. You know, I'm wearing a pair of slippers that are, let me demonstrate, hang on. That are kind of boots, right? Now, these are wonderful slippers. I like them a lot, except for one characteristic. Now, when I first got them, they were arse-numbingly tight, like, you know, making your toes go to sleep tight, right? Because they slip on, but they're not really slip on, if you know what I mean. You have to kind of wedge your foot in there. It's like trying to get it in a wooden clog. They eat your socks. Now, as people who wear socks know, any shoe that eats your sock is absolutely frustrating because all you do all day is have to dig your socks out. Now, as I took my slipper off then, it's not too surprising to say it pulled my sock off with it. Now that I can cope with because at least I'm taking the slipper off. But pretty much in the few metres that it takes me to go to the loo and back again, I now have to dig my sock out from under my foot because it's gone from being an ankle sock to being a toe warmer because it is now bunched up underneath the arch of my foot. And I need to find a way to stop it. And yet it's weird. The slippers do not seem to move as I walk. So it is not that, you know, the slipper is slipping up and down and generally munching down on my sock, or at least it doesn't seem to be. But it clearly must be, otherwise the sock would not be migrating in such a direction. But it is imperceptible in that, you know, it's not like flip-flops where, you know, the back's flapping up and down. But I don't know how to kind of stop it while still being able to get my foot in the actual slipper, other than maybe putting a zip on the slipper so I can make it tighter so it doesn't flop up and down, but still get my foot in it because I can barely get my foot in it as it is. So I'm after any recommendations on how to stop sock eating in my slipper. For it is preying on my soul, and has been for a number of weeks now, and my mind has kind of got to the tipping point of I'm going to go back to Crocs if this doesn't stop, you know. Well, it's not like I'm walking miles in them, but it does mean that every time I go to get a drink, every time I go for a pee, every time I have to go to the front door and back, which is not exactly a trek here. I mean, my house has not got wings, you know. I do not live in a mansion. I live in a standard kind of house, right? I mean, it's a reasonable sized house, but, you know, it's not, you know, one up, one down, and basically I can touch both sides if I stand. No, it's not that small, but I don't need, like, you know, staff and you know, I couldn't house another family in here and not notice. It's really not that big. So the trek to the other end of the house for the toilet, I don't know, 6 metres? You know, maybe 10, you know, a push. It's probably 10 to go and get Coke from the kitchen, right? We are not talking knocking up miles of travelling here. We are talking in, frankly, barely the length of walking the room. My sock will have been eaten by my slippers. And that's kind of too much. I don't mind the occasional sock eating. I can cope with that, you know. I don't enjoy it, but, you know. But it's the fact that it's kind of, you have walked more than one step. I have eaten your sock. Can you not? Please. Stop it. Now I'm getting paranoid that I haven't done them all right. But I did because I put a load up there, so let's make the assumption. So wise people of the internet, if you know how to stop my sock being eaten by my slipper, there will be gratuitous love for you. For I am tired of my sock eating. And seriously, I might go back to wearing my Crocs, because my Crocs never ate my friggin' socks. Yeah, I don't feel right without socks. It's a bit like I don't feel right if I've got bare arms. Ever since I had chemo, I don't do well without having something on my arms. Yeah. Well, the socks have lost a bit of their grip because they're not exactly the newest sock in the world. And so, yeah, they're not exactly gripping on the old leg as for dear life here. I think it is a bit of both, to be honest. I think that some of it is that I'd have actually said the slippers are now slightly too big. Otherwise, because that way they wouldn't, because they can slip up and down. One of the things that you may notice is I'm not wearing a watch for must have been the best part of 40 years of my life. Well, more than that. Probably 45 years of my life. I always wore a watch. But I can't have my watch move on my arm. I don't like flappy things. To the point, while I have not got the figure for it, so I do not, I don't like trousers because they flap. I like leggings because, well, they hug your leg. I have an autistic, kind of don't like for flappiness. So my watch, which if you look really carefully on my wrist, you can still see a light band. I haven't worn a watch for 5 years. You can still see the band where the line was. But it used to be, and you can't really see it now, that, well, actually you can to an extent, if I can turn my wrist up enough. There's a dent here because my wristwatch basically was flush with the skin. It was tight enough that it was consistently flush with the skin because I don't like it flapping. It must not move or it will annoy me and it will wind me up. So hence the problem with the socks. The socks really are kind of a big wind up. Now, I may go back to my Crocs, to be honest, especially as we're getting nearer summer. These are fluffy slippers after all. These can be winter slippers. And maybe I'll get longer socks. I would say get sock suspenders, but dear God, no, that's really quite sad. That is a level of sad that I don't think I need to encroach on. But it is a possibility. Because it does wind me up so much that my socks move. See, this is the thing, right? This is part of my problem, is that it's kind of destroying my soul from the inside, but I also don't really like the plans to fix it, if you know what I mean. So I don't know quite what to do. I mean, I can get some new socks, obviously. They're not exactly the world's. These were not exactly expensive socks. Buy a pack of 5 socks from off Amazon or something. So, you know, I could do that. But it is I need to make sure that my slippers are not eating my socks. So Crocs may be the answer. Going back to my Crocs may be the answer because they don't eat my socks. I have outdoor Crocs and indoor Crocs, mainly for the garden, but, you know, I have Crocs to go and put the bins out in, and when I'm putting the bins out, the Crocs aren't eating my socks, so there we go. See, that should have been the hint yesterday, or whenever I did this bit, that it was not, that there were too many bobbins when I got to the bottom, but somehow I didn't notice. Right. So now we need to put some in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 5, 6. Put you over here. 3, 4, 5, 6. You can go in a stick. Now, actually, change of mind. I'm going to make you 7, even though it's a bit overcrowded. You're 7, so that you can be 7. And now there are no free floating bobbins. Right. So, let's try the big square again, shall we, children? Now everything should line up. And it's only taken us, 2 hours, and what have we actually achieved? Not a lot. Never mind. Yep. Know that it is now better than it was. That is the key part of it all. It's better than it was. There is one less mistake in my net curtain. For while there are still mistakes in my net curtain, there is one less mistake in my net curtain. When I brought up originally the accepting that mistakes happen, and when you see them, because quite often, you know, the only time you see them is when you proudly put the picture on the internet. Sometimes you have to accept that you're not fixing that. And it is hard as a crafter not to go back and fix stuff. Well, I did. Hang on. That's right. My co-worker, we've been working out why there is tension in the group, and well, we've come up with an awful lot of reasons why there's tension in the group. And one of them is half-day Fridays. So, because we get to keep our half-day Fridays, and the rest of them have to do whole days. We don't, because it's in our contract. Which makes us slightly unpopular. But we also do longer days during the week, so it's not exactly, you know, unreasonable. It's not like we do shorter weeks as a whole. We actually do as many hours as they do. We just do them in a slightly different distribution. Right. And that didn't feel right either. Didn't feel like there was enough twisty things. You are twisted, okay. Whatever then. You're good. Right, so let's go back to making rose browns from the pile of pins that we have. The biggest problem I find, Christy, is that 9 times out of 10, if you made a mistake in something, you go back, and it's not that you're rushing to fix it, but you do kind of have, I know, a sense of urgency to fix it. That there is a danger that you go back and fix mistake A, and actually you introduce B and C along the way when you fix it. And this is where you give in and just accept that there is going to be an error in that. So, for example, like I said, if I went back to fix the error back up here, the chances of me making a new error along the way reasonably high, to be honest. And so, well then, you know, you could spend, you know, if you went back and you poured over your work at the, every so often, and you checked for, I mean, obviously maybe check for mistakes a bit more often than I do would be an obvious thing to do. But again, you only really see them once you post them on the internet, so, it's not really going to work. If you went back and fixed every mistake, and then fixed all the mistakes that you made in fixing that mistake, and then all the mistakes that you fixed in fixing the fix after the mistake, right? Would you ever finish? Especially when you're doing something the size of net curtains. Now, when we do our kind of strip, stroke, whole piece, stroke, insert, future doom, I still think it does vary and depend very much on will it show or how badly it shows. Now, common mistakes for me are down here, probably generally along these lines where I'm coming out of a cloth stitch and I need to twist it, but especially down here for some reason, probably because I'm a bit excited to get towards the end of a triangle. Although, probably can't tell, but, all nearing the end of a triangle, nearing the end of my, feeling a bit of accomplishment. And it's maybe slightly lapses of concentration, but even though I swear I check each and every one is frigging twisted, I inevitably fail. And, somewhere there will be untwisted bobbins. Yeah, I swear I checked them all. Which is occasionally why you'll see me maybe do it twice, because it doesn't look twisted enough. And I do two because, well, bugger me, you are going to be twisted. A wise woman once said that, especially true with lace making, if you have to have a twist somewhere and you do two twists, not one twist, doesn't really show. If you need two twists and you do three or one, won't really show. But if you do no twists instead of one, it shows, right? Or you twist and you shouldn't have, it shows, right? The actual quantity of twists isn't irrelevant, but it's almost irrelevant in that it doesn't really show, like everything, as long as you're consistent, it doesn't actually matter. So if I'd never started twisting them coming out of my cloth stitch, which would be technically a bad thing to do, but let's say I didn't, as long as I always did it, it'd be fine, because they'd all look the same. And the only person who'd know it was wrong is people like you and me. And most of the time, people aren't looking that close anyway. So from that point of view, that could have been a thing. But I started off doing it right, so of course, when I get it wrong, it shows. But if I put two twists in it, it doesn't show. You almost have to get the microscope out to look and check if I did one or two twists. But on the edge, where you generally do two twists, if you don't do two twists, that shows. How? How does that show? How can that show, but none of the others do? And the answer is, of course, is because the others are not an edge. And edges and changes of things are where things show. You really do snore a lot, dog. So yes, put you up there for a minute, because I don't need you at the moment. Lace making is very much about attention to detail, and why is it? No matter how much attention we give it, you kicked off your boot of shame. Oh, bobbin, how rude. Rude, rude, bobbin. So rude. But here we are, you know, getting back to where we were quite a while ago. As I say, it's one of those things is that you swear you're doing it right, you swear you're paying attention, you swear that you're doing this, and you'll see me, as you've probably seen, well, I know you've already seen me today, I do something and go, that doesn't feel right, and I go back and I check it. So, you know, I am consciously, you know, aware of, you know, what I should be doing, and, you know, I'm not on autopilot, even though I might be talking, I'm still counting and checking what I'm doing, but somehow, clearly there are times when it's, you know, a bit much for me and my brain cells aren't rubbing together and keeping warm, which is quite surprising considering that normally I have a fair few of them. Now, a lot of them are devoted to useless, pointless things, like remembering inane information that I will never need again in my entire lifetime. Can we not be remembering that, please, brain? Don't need that, you know. I really don't need to remember how to fix the database that was in a product that is long since gone and that I was working on 25 years ago. I really don't need to know that basically you have to have them on the same line number, otherwise it shows up incorrectly in the thing because some dipshit coded it by line number and not by a unique ID because they were stupid. And I wrote a fix for that, but I don't know whether they actually really got around to using it much. Especially as I think the company went bust about 6 months after I left, so not related, but I think you were from down here. And before any of the astute go, why aren't you setting up your raised grounds? Because we did that last time and I didn't undo it when I undid them. I mean, didn't go back, I didn't undo all of that bit, so all of the edge bits still have their cloth stitch corners. It does make it a little bit quicker for this row. You can go back in that stick like this because you are done, and then you can go away. And now, you are coming from the pins that I thought you should be coming from. Twisty first. There, that's better. So it's not that I won't go back and fix mistakes, but it is, we talked about it a lot before in terms of effort versus reward. And while lace making is not exactly hard graft, you know, you're not carrying, you know, half a ton of rubble up a hill kind of thing. The time and effort taken to undo and fix, and maybe undo some more and fix some more because you made a new mistake, it can be quite a lot. So hence the going back this far is quite a bit. So, while it is unfortunate, while it is very disappointing, the amount of time and effort to go back and fix that is very considerable. So I won't. Even though the general gist of the rule was, if I haven't taken the pins out, I'd probably go back and fix it. With all due respect to it, it's not big enough. If I had properly food it up, yes. If I had made such... I mean, it is reasonably obvious, but it's not, you know... I think it was Sugar Bear the other day said, if you can't see it through from 3 paces away, it's not worth it. And that's a really good rule of thumb, right? If from 3 paces you can't really see it, and the amount of effort is hours, it's not worth the effort. If, for example, I got down to here and discovered that, again, I'd fudged the bottom bit, well then, you won't, like I did yesterday when we were doing one bit, can't remember which bit we were doing, but I realised that I'd got it slightly wrong, so I went back a bit of a row. It might have been the last triangle, to be honest, they are blurring slightly. But I went back a bit, fixed it, and went down again. Because, well, it took 20 minutes. That isn't unreasonable. But like everything, it's the... If I was making this for you and I was charging you, I don't know, £500 a day. Yeah, I know that's a lot of money, but let's pretend, right? Well, you'd expect an exceptionally high quality article, and I would expect to have to give an exceptionally high quality article. If you're just paying me for parts and, 20 quid for labour, you'll get what you get, right? It's the more you spend on something, the more you expect of it. If you buy a car for 500 units of currency wherever you are, you're not expecting a brand new fancy car. You're expecting one with preferably 4 wheels that is roadworthy. Just. But probably not for long. If you spend 20,000 on a car, you're expecting a pretty new car, or at least a fairly young second-hand car. If you spent 40 grand on a car, well, it better be frigging worth it. If you spend more than that, bitch, it better be making me tea, right? We all know that you can spend a lot of money on it. But it is that kind of thing, is that, for that money, it ought to come with a free driver or something, right? and so you have, the more something costs you, or whether it is in physical currency units, or in time, blood, sweat, or tears, right? The more you expect of it. And so I don't mind going back 20 minutes, a few rows of this because I'm stupid, fine. The more I have to go back, not so much, But it's not that I don't want it to be right, because I want it to be perfect. But at the same time, mentally there is I can't take going back that far, that'll make me cry, That's too much undoing, that is. That's, might as well rip it off and start again kind of deal, Then, no, can we not, It'd be like if I discovered right here, right now, she says, looking really carefully just in case, because, suddenly gave herself a bit of a wibble. Imagine when I got my second reel of thread and I started winding it on bobbins. It wasn't quite the same white. Well, can you imagine if you spotted that now? Now you can't unsee it, and, thankfully they are all white, right? And I'm pretty sure I checked when I did it, because, well, I've fallen for that shit before. But... it is that, somehow it's not quite the same, or in knitting and crochet terms, it's not the same batch number, because, to be honest, sewing thread doesn't tend to have batches. I've noticed this. You don't tend to get the same colour variance in sewing thread. You do potentially, or even in embroidery silks, but you do in weaving you do in cotton, crochet cotton. With cotton, not so much, but for example, I know I've shown you these before. I bought these, and I'm interested to try them. Hang on, rustle, creepy. These. Now, these don't look very exciting on camera because they're covered in plastic. But I bought and got a free one. Oh, I've got another one somewhere. I got 2 free ones, I think. This is... Some mistakes are only truly visible once it's too late. And like you say, you've finished it, you've kind of washed it, you proudly take a photo for the internet, you post the photo, and pretty much by the time it's finished posting, the picture pops up and you go, well, there's a mistake. And you're like, I have stared at this. I have, washed it, ironed it, primped it, floofed it, staged it, didn't see nothing. I have been, this close. My nose has been over like every inch. Didn't see none of it. The moment you put it on the internet, and even if it's a tiny little thumbnail like this, your brain goes, look, there it is. You're like, bastard. Why can't you see it before? I mean, how many of you have sent a text message? You've written it out, you've read it to yourself, you send the text message. The moment you hit send, it's like gremlins get in there and jiggle all the words and make them into gibberish. But you read it. It's not that you didn't read it. You read it. But the moment you've hit send and it's too late now. Yeah, it's all poop now. Now you can't spell even your own name. And you're taking the... apparently, even though I only have dogs, I once sent my ex-husband a text saying, taking the cat to the vet. I don't have cats. Now, the only time that might have been true was when I was taking a friend's cat for its last journey to the vet, and maybe I was actually taking a cat to the vet, but because I often have conversations with my co-worker, we often use words that are not common, so that are application names, that are database names, server names, that are, specific to the work that we do. And obviously, if I gave you one, not that I'm allowed to give you any of our server names, by the way, but if you read it out or you say it, text-to-speech is going to make a hideous munge of that. And I already know from the text-to-speech that I have that reads out your lovely messages so that I can watch my lace bobbins while you speak to me, it can make really good fun things of things as it is. If you have ever heard me laugh for no apparent reason, either it's because I'm listening to a stream and they've done something funny, or it's because of what text-to-speech has done to something one of you guys have said. And sometimes it is a little hysterical because, obviously we all occasionally make a typo. That's fine, we can all do that. But what text-to-speech does with it is something else. And I do find it funny, even though, of course, I know exactly what you meant. I look at the message, and I know exactly what you meant. But text-to-speech has munged it in a unique and interesting way, because that's what text-to-speech does. So I don't tend to use text-to-speech for text messages. My co-worker does, so some of his are hysterical. He'll talk about a penguin, and you're like, no, it's not a penguin. What would he have meant? What could sound even remotely like the word penguin? And you sit there for like 10 minutes trying to work out what the hell a penguin is to do it. Because often it's because he's driving one of his kids around, or, he's frantically typing in another window on his work computer. And like you say, a bit like I've got you being read in my ear, he shouted at his phone, hey Siri, do this. And that's all right, I have Siri turned off on mine, so that's all right. And yeah, I don't do Siri on my phone, she can sod off. I have bitch face, aka Alexa, and she's enough, thank you very much. We have many interesting shouting matches. For I have a number of routines that I run very regularly. So, for example, we have Let's Get Ready for Bed, which turns the lights off in here in my living room. It turns the lights on in my bedroom, turns the light on in the hall, turns all the outside lights off. So obviously I can then, fumble my way upstairs, and then once I'm in bed, it's settled down, because that's the command for the dogs, and so that then turns off all the downstairs lights, and then of course it's sleep time, and sleep time reads me 20 minutes of my audiobook, and turns off all the lights, reads me 20 minutes of my audiobook, and by which I'm usually asleep. So from that point of view, once again we are doing that, idiot. I have all these, and the number of times you say settle down, and it will go, set alarm for what time? No, you stupid bitch. Get up in the morning. When my alarm cancels, one of the other things it does is set my house alarm to being at home. So it's triggered for the doors, but not for movement within, because obviously the dogs are allowed to move. Well, in some places, obviously. There's a door shut, so that one can be on the sensors. The number of times my 4-digit code for the alarm is not accepted, or if I tell it to cancel my ring alarm, and there is obviously a command for that I'm not going to share, but, cancel my ring alarm. I don't know of that. Well, that's what it's called, you numbnut. I also had a problem, and I raised it with Amazon, because... So I had a group called Hallway, because funny enough, I've got a hallway. And I called the group Hallway, and it contained 2 lights, right? And so Hallway on meant I could see to go for a pee, it meant I could see to get to the kitchen, it meant I could see to go upstairs, because obviously it lights it up to the bottom of the stairs, and all that kind of stuff. And the number of times it would go, Hallway not found. That's what it's called. There is no device called Hallway. Yes, there friggin' is. And you start having rows with her, right? In the end, I had to rename every single one of my devices, because that was their solution. Oh, well, obviously it's got confused. You need to reset all your devices. Have you seen how many I've got? I mean, for example, in this room, I've got 2 floor lamps, a lamp behind the TV, a lamp in the corner, and 6 individual bulbs in the main lights, which are then grouped into 2 groups, front and back, because there's 2 lights, main lights in here, because it's a kind of longer, thinner room, so it's got 2 lights rather than 1 in the middle. There's the TV, the Skybox, the DVD player, which each have their own thing, and some groups, because so you can do things like watch Sky and it will turn on the TV and the Skybox, or watch DVD and it will turn on the TV and the DVD box. I've got an actual bitch face device. There's a fly thing in here, so that come the summer, moths and flies get drawn to the fly thing and not to me, because bugger off. So there's quite a few in here alone. And then, of course, there's a door sensor, there's a motion sensor in here. You get the picture. There's a lot of bitch face devices in here, right? Oh, and a clock. Forgot the clock. Because there's a bitch face clock as well, for timers and things. So don't be telling me you don't have no sitting room. You've got, Christ, there's how many things. So, in my weaving room, I've got the main light, which I think has 5 light bulbs in it. I've got a wall lamp. I've got the bobbin spinner. I've got... Well, I'm sorry, but my hallway's got 2 main lamps in it, so that's 6 light bulbs. It's got a front door sensor, a motion sensor. It's got 2 wall lamps. I have a lot of bitch face devices around here. And so renaming them all, no, your system did an update that screwed it up. That's a you problem. It shouldn't be a me problem. I get this at work. Just because you screwed up doesn't make it my fault, you know? So this is what I'm having to train the new people at work, is the... Pretty much, if the box is up, it's not an us problem. It's a them problem. Now, it's not entirely true, but 99.9% of the try, that will be true. If you can log into it, it's not us. Now, they will then not be able to read their own log files, understand anything of what they're doing. And I was explaining to them how one particular group of people failed to understand that typing, you know, some long path name Java is running Java. They didn't know that. And they kind of went, "You're kidding?" I went, "No, sadly not. No. They genuinely did not realise that ran Java." I don't know what they thought it did do, but, you know, because you kind of have to wonder. But, you know, these are the people that we support. And you will have to make up for their shortfalls, because they'll blame you for it not working, even though they've typed a big pile of rubbish. You will now have to try to explain to them, without being patronising or sarcastic, which gets really hard on occasions, that it's their fault because they typed rubbish. Oh, and they can't Google either. None of them Google. Now, don't get me wrong, there are some lovely people we work with, and they are masters of their universe, and they know their stuff. And then there are these people who, frankly, shouldn't be allowed to even, like, have a job, you know? But that's going to be true in every company. There's always a couple that you're kind of like, how did you get a job? And in the immortal words of a guy I used to work with, also sadly deceased now, so you lied on your CV and got the job. Kudos to you. I mean, congratulations. You obviously blagged it enough in the interview well enough to get the job. Congratulations. Well done. You know, that's a good thing, because often people who even can do the job don't always get the job. So, you know, congratulations. Well done. But moreover, how are you keeping this job? Because you've been here a while now, and so far, you know, I wouldn't trust you to get a glass of water, and yet somehow, you know, you're still here. How are you doing that? What pictures have you got? You know, so yeah, we have some people that, you know, personally I struggle with on a great deep level, and other people who I think are great, and you know, you almost never hear from them, and because, well, they don't screw around with their shit, and they know what they're doing, so when it does break, they know exactly what they've done. They don't need your help to work out what they did, and you know, they're really a joy to behold. But sadly, it's the rest of them that fill your day. So, I should try text to speech more. But I also remember back in the 90s, dear God, back in the 90s, Dragon Naturally Speaking, for those who didn't use it back in the 90s, it was almost the world's forerunning text-to-speech engine, or speech-to-text, rather. And they were convinced that everyone in the office would be talking to their computers, and there's a load of us sitting there going, well, that's just not going to work. If you sit in a semi-noisy environment, God help you all, right? Or you've got a bit of a cold, or, you know, a bit hungover, or you're tired, you know, it's going to start munging what you say. Anyway, I had me a copy, and I used to play text-based games. And I was talking with someone a bit like I'm talking with you now, but obviously I was typing it all. And I decided that I'd give this text-to-speech speech-to-text stuff a go. And I explained to them before I started, I said, I've tried it in the past and I've had to make quite a lot of corrections to it. I'm not going to bother correcting it because I'm a bit tired, but I fancy a chat, but I'm a bit tired. So I'm just going to, you know, sit here and kind of go, say, insert what I want to speak. Say, press enter. Say what I want to speak, press enter, right? And she went, yeah, no worries. We were howling like small children. So, for example, let's say I said, so yeah, I'm a bit tired, but, I might go to bed later. And it would kind of like come up with, I'm a bit tired, I'm going to put the witch in the bed. And we'd laugh a bit. Then he would take the laughs and turn them into words. So now you're laughing because it goes, and cat, dog, bee, bee, QQ, what, cow, moon, breakfast. Oh, that's really helpful. So now, of course, you're laughing at it. So now you're laughing at it even more. Now it's bridging out even more words. And so it went on like this, and it was like we were drunk. It was like we were drunk because this thing was making up its own little universe. And I'd occasionally type in a few sentences to explain that, I promise I've not had a stroke. I'm not in need of medical attention, but it is clearly making a bit of a meal of it all. And she was having a laugh. It can be hysterically funny. Some things. I mean, for example, I had a boyfriend once who had an interesting surname. Yeah, it's quite an uncommon surname, to be fair. But what was really amusing is if you put it into Microsoft Word, it turned his surname into Vermin. So your boyfriend was Vermin. And you're kind of going, no, Veren. Yeah, not Vermin. They sound completely different. And this is the problem I have with bitch face, is you can say a word that's really clear. And there was a song I was after. Let's say it was You Win Again by the Bee Gees. I can't think what it was, right? And it would play some hideous rap crap by some new guy. And you're going, none of those words are the same. Not a one. How in the name of mercy is this the answer to it? And it was quite a good song that I really enjoyed as well. It was one of those sing along, make you feel happy kind of things. And it was turning into this crappy rap shit by some guy I'd never heard of. And you're like, no, this is not what I asked for. And he kept getting it wrong. It really, really was frustrating. So yeah. Arguing with... But it's the same with sat-navs. It's a bit like, at the roundabout, take the 4th exit. 1, 2, 3, 4, right. Okay, so I'm turning right. Okay, I've turned right. Turn around when possible. But you told me to go here! I have lots of conversations with Alexa along those lines. Because she just sometimes... She's in her own little jokey world. She really is. And the other one is, you've been sitting in silence, you haven't said a word, and she suddenly goes, I do not know how to do that. I didn't even fart, love. I don't know what you heard. And now, obviously, you can ask her what she heard. And then tell her that's not what you said. And she'll go, oh, thank you. And then get it wrong forevermore. She doesn't seem to learn from that, though, I have to say. She's not very good at learning from her mistakes, but we hope. We can all hope. One of the things that me and a co-worker, because AI is a hot topic after all. One of the things that me and a co-worker were discussing is that one of the, you may recall, my employer encourages us to do goodly deeds for the world to make it a better place, and we do it as part of our working day, and it forms the right to getting all of your bonus. And one of the things that co-worker and I have found that you can do is counting penguins. Okay, and it shows you a picture, and in it you have to identify the penguins. Now, there can be quite a few penguins, although one picture I got was a pair of seals. But, there can be. I mean, I had 177 in one picture. That's a lot of penguins. Now, surely, of all things that AI could do well with, this is one of them. same with, there was another one that you can identify galaxies. And they give you a little bit of a tutorial, and basically you're looking for a circle, but if it's not kind of directly head on, it might look a bit more oval or cigar shaped, and then it might have like a twirly bit round it or a cluster of groupy bits. And you're kind of going, well, surely AI would be really good at spotting these things. Surely that is not what humans are doing. Surely we don't need humans to do this. But at the same time, you know, why is we seem to have, there was something else, and it was, oh, we use AI for that. Well, if you can use AI for that, surely of all things, you know, because AI counts blood cells, AI counts, I say AI is a misnomer. There is no such thing as AI, right? It is statistical likelihood, and it takes a thing and it goes, given all of these parameters that I am allowed to look at, statistically, the chances of this being true are either true or false. So when ChatGPT has a conversation with you, ChatGPT is not understanding the words that it says. It is statistically dictating, given the manner of the question and the wording and all the rest of it, that is a statistically likely response. It is not necessarily having feelings or discussions with you. It is having a statistical probability conversation, right? So AI as a true form is not real. It is all statistics, but it can be quite convincing, and it can do, you know, if you've seen what AI can do with, say, a picture and a song and mix them together, it can do pretty well. It's not, you know, it can, but if it can do that, surely it can count penguins in a photo, you know? If it can make Donald Trump kind of do the can or something, surely we can have it counting penguins, right? Apparently there's walruses as well now. Kind of looking forward to that one. Might do some of that one this month. We have to do 8 hours a quarter. I've already done my 8 hours, but you're allowed to do 3 days a quarter, so I might, you know, excel. Because, well, it's kind of fun. I quite like animal things, so. That reminds me, I didn't look at that phone today. Oops. Right. I didn't miss out on anything, so that's a thing. Right. I won't be shouted out for missing meetings or anything. Because I effectively work for 2 different companies, you can have meetings on either side. So one, your employer or the client, and it's because 99% of our work is on the client. Don't tend to look at my actual company stuff, and it's why I'm really pleased they gave us phones, because at least the phone can go ping rather than having to fire up a laptop for 10 minutes to go, oh, there isn't anything important, you know. So I'm quite glad they gave us phones for that. Crowded as it does doing this skirt. No, that one, and then I want 2 of you. Oh, you fucking shit me? Oh, that's right. I thought for 1 minute I'd done it again. But I haven't. It's fine. It's fine. It's okay. Didn't. That's alright. Because at this point, this pin's ones, because it comes out underneath it, goes up, it looks like there's nothing coming out from the pin. But there is. But it doesn't look like it because you've drawn them together, so it's easy to think that you cocked it up, especially given that you did it earlier, you know. So you're now looking harder for it. I'm supposed to be using these pins. What a div. I'm supposed to be pulling these out for this guy. Oh well. Start pulling these out. That pin's really, really not straight. Not that it matters, but... matters to me. In case I have to pull them out. No. Yes, no. Yes. One of the things you may have seen is the number of people who, when they do bobbin lace making, they lift them up and they do this. It doesn't really matter which way you do it. Some bobbins tend to work better than others for the hand manipulation, because it's a bit like doing those Japanese juggling ball things. If you've got too many bobbins in your hand, it can get a little bit frustrating. And a number of times you see them do it, and they'll have a big pile of bobbins in their hand, but what they'll actually do is work 4 bobbins, put 2 down. Work 4 bobbins, put 2 down. Well then, you're not really helping yourself by filling your hands full of bobbins that get in the way and will want to try and mix up. Because if you've got, say this many bobbins in your hand and you only really needed these 2, well then chances are you're going to have jumbled some of the others just by sheer physical presence. And so, I mean, one of the other reasons I wouldn't pick them up on a flat pillow like this is because if you elevate them too much, it tends to bring the work up the pins. On a round pillow, because you angle the top of the pillow so you would be naturally below, it is pulling it down the pin, which is what you want. So you can lift them up and it's not a problem. But I actually quite enjoy, I found when I was doing my Maltese cross thing, my Celtic knot, that picking them up, because I had my big fat chunky bobbins, I really enjoyed that. And these would also work because they're quite small and round. Twisting them around in your hand is quite easy. You don't do it in one hand, you do it with 2, but it is quite... The one, I do find it hard, one hand's a bit more stupid. So for example, if I'm doing cross, crossing in the middle's right. It's the twisting of the two pairs. Funnily enough, my dominant hand doesn't do it as well as my non-dominant hand, because it's going away from the centre of my hand rather than towards it. So it does struggle a little bit with that, and I'm sure with practice it would get better at it. But it's not really the most essential thing, and I just find it quicker on a flat pillow to work with the bobbins flat, because, and actually on the pillow, because, well, they stay towards the bottom of the thing, and because you're not picking them up and trying to do shenanigans, it's quicker. Hey you, how you doing? Yes, Naughty Celts and Celtic Knots is very much low. There is a genie appeared, you know. Here comes Bod. Sorry. Yeah, I am that old. Here comes Bod. I liked Bod. I'm going to show how autistic I truly am. There was Bod and something else that started very similarly, and that were on at the same time of day. And then there was also on the BBC, because I don't think Bod was the BBC. It might have been, but I don't think it was. There was also Mr. Ben. Mr. Ben was fine. But on the BBC, you had Trumpton and Camberwick Green. And I couldn't tell them apart. And I don't know why. Because one starts with Hugh, Pew, Barney McGrew, Cuthbert, Dibble and Grab, right? The other one didn't. But the actual cartoons were like almost set in the same stuff. And I swear it was the same people. Because I couldn't tell them apart. I really couldn't. It was like Bonanza and High Chaparral. Yeah, Camberwick Green was cool. Ivy the Engine was also cool. Finger Mouse, liked Finger Mouse. Bagpuss, good with Bagpuss. Also, utterly enjoyed Willow the Wisp, although it was a bit later. As a very small child, I was into Andy Pandy. Kind of went in for a bit of that. Obviously, to non-British people, some of these things are completely alien to you. I didn't really do Moomin, or the other one where they were like white hippos that didn't speak. I can't remember what they were. Didn't really do that one. Clangers. Well, they are interesting, and because they had moral stories nearly all of the time, but very few words. Or it was so wrapped up in something else that you almost didn't notice. I really, it's a shame that so many of these things aren't still used today. And things like Mr. Ben, I don't remember that Mr. Ben would... obviously it would be dated, but I don't remember... It's not like it used bad language or, offensive things. It's not like... the Animaniacs, where they did the kind of like round the world song, and part of it was, pretending to be Chinese with the little diamond hats and the long moustaches, and kind of going, "We are Chinese," and pretending to be really kind of wrong and somewhat insulting, because obviously not all Chinese people are like that. And we've grown as a universe past that. But I don't remember things like, Bod and Mr. Ben. And Bod was more like a game of Snap, from what I remember. It was... many of these things were utterly innocent and And if you found anything more in it than innocence, you were looking too hard, right? It was like the person who decided that Mary Had a Little Lamb was about girls and their first monthly or something, and you're like, no, it's about a stupid girl with a lamb. Or, you know, and obviously, for example, little pigs going to market kind of thing. Counting down your toes. Yes, of course, we all know that when he went to market, he was not going to go and do the weekly shop as adults. We didn't know that as children. We assumed he was going to go and do, you know, buy a cake or something. We didn't think of it. And it worries me that children today of really young ages are aware of those things. Where is that innocence that they start with? Good reason I never had kids, really, but yeah, I mean, when we did stuff, you know, I mean, for example, the big thing about whether Captain Pugwash had masturbates in it or not, right? Even if it did, we didn't know what that was. So it wasn't a problem. Yeah. I mean, if you've ever watched Shrek, which, you know, obviously a much more recent thing, although it is like 30 years old or something ridiculous. There are lots of adult jokes in Shrek, but the children don't notice. The adults notice and laugh at them, but the children don't, because they don't know. They don't know that's what that means. Or they don't get that that's what the music is suggesting. They just hear interesting music and go, oh, that's cool. I got to go to a free premiere of Shrek 2. Because I was working for Aardman at the time. And, you know, the number of adults laughing at the adult jokes, because of course they're adult jokes, and they were funny. There were no children. There were next to no children in that cinema. We were all laughing. Obviously there are things that you shouldn't put in children's TV programs, and, you know, maybe if you go back far enough, some of them were much more wholly inappropriate than they should have been. But most of them were harmless, and it never did us any harm because we did not know what they were inferring, inadvertently or deliberately, take your pick, you know, because the children didn't know. And so, you know, why is it so much of a problem today? Why is it that the children are understanding adult things before their time? As I say, if you're not thinking Little Piggy Went to Market is him off to buy a cake or a burger in a bun or something, how did you know? How did you know that he was going off to slaughter? How did you know that? Because, of course, the answer is that was probably not the intention. He went off to market. It's a bit like when your brain makes your own jokes because it's misread something. It's like the misheard lyrics. If you've ever watched some of the misheard lyric stuff, it is really funny. Now, some of them, yeah, I mean, one of the things that has always puzzled me I have reasonably good hearing. I do have some hearing issues, but I've got reasonably good hearing. Why is it you can hear 99% of the words in a song, and then there'll be like 2 words that are just... I'm sorry, what did you say? I heard every other wretched word in your song, but what is... Seriously, dude, what are you saying? And sometimes you look back and your brain goes... So you go to a lyrics site, because of course now we've got the internet, you can go and look up all the lyrics for things, and you look up the lyrics, and you read them and go, but that doesn't even fit. And you're sitting there, so you go back and you find YouTube or the song, or you ask Bitchface to do it or whatever, and you play the song, and you look through the lyrics, and you read it, you're going along with it, and it doesn't even seem to fit. Boyfriend that I had once and honestly, we had a row over it. We had a very lengthy disagreement. Now, I can't remember because it was 30-something years ago. Actually, it was probably a bit more than that. 30 plus years ago. In EastEnders, Sharon and somebody was sitting on a stairs. That's all I remember. And she said something. And I thought she said... a short sentence, and boyfriend of the moment thought she said something else. Now, obviously, there was some commonality at the beginning of the sentence, but when I listened to it, I couldn't hear the extra syllable. I just couldn't find it, and so I couldn't understand how that could be. Now, we all know that there are songs that sometimes you go, did you really just say that? So, for example, there is a song, and it does contain the phrase, what's she gonna look like with a chimney on her? And that is not a misheard lyric. Those are the genuine words. I believe it's even the same song that says, my brother is in me. I hope not literally, darling. There are occasions where your brain sits there going, pardon? What did you just say? Please tell me I got that wrong. There is a one line of Alone that I can't hear, right? And my brain will not accept the claimed lyrics for that line. It just can't hear that as the line. But it is quite amusing when there's a guy who does kind of short videos of misheard lyrics. So, I'm blue dabba dee dabba die, right? And he changes it, I'm going to beat up a guy kind of thing. And some of them are a bit of a stretch, right? Because some of them truly are a little bit of a stretch. I mean, it's kind of in there, but it's also kind of not. But many of them, yeah, that could be the words quite easily. I'm not going to deny that, I don't think they're that, but, because obviously, otherwise it wouldn't be misheard lyrics. But at the same time, has the artist ever actually proved that what the lyrics technically were? Apparently Poker Face has got the F word in it. And lots of people missed it, including radio stations in the UK who are not allowed to have swear words in their songs during the day. And yeah. And then there are other times, I remember my mother go, did they just say, was that a swear word? No, it was funk. F-U-N-K. N, not C. My mother once told me off for saying, oh, dog. She thought I said God. Well, I am dyslexic, but no, I actually did say, oh, dog. I remember that one. That was a severe telling off and half an hour. But I said dog because I was looking at the dog and talking to the dog. I was actually really honestly, I said dog. But of course you can't prove it, you know. I do like misheard lyrics. They're usually quite amusing. It's like one of the things that I don't know if many of you know actually. As a choir for the Church of England, or a chorister for the Church of England, rather, one of the things that I became aware of later in my choral antics, an awful lot of the hymn tunes are to other countries' national anthems. Quite a few of them are national anthems of other countries, which I found rather amusing, because it was when I it was something I did with the Girl Guides, and we did national anthems of other people. And I'm going, but this is insert hymn here kind of thing, and you're like, yeah, it is. Didn't realise it was a national anthem. Begging which, of course, was decided first, the national anthem or the hymn. So either the national anthems are hymns, or the hymns are national anthems. I am expecting the hymns to be national anthems, to be honest. Hang on. No, that's not what I'm looking for. So, if I'm correct, and I'm not going to play it or sing it for that matter, the hymn "Bread of Heaven," I've got a feeling is the German national anthem. Although it may not be, depending. I have to go and finish looking at the lyrics. Hang on. It's not the lyrics I was thinking of, but it's something like that. It's that's the one. Guide me, thou great Redeemer, or Jehovah, depending on which variety you pick. That one is the German national anthem. That is the word that I remember, because I remember the chorus. And if you think about it, it does kind of have a national anthem theme to it. pretty sure that was the German national anthem. There's a whole raft of them, and as I say, they're national anthems. Which, again, because you just learn the hymn, right? You don't know, you don't notice because unless you watch too many of the Olympics and watch them win, you don't go, hang on, isn't that? I'm pretty sure it's the German national anthem. In fact, let me go here. Yeah, that's definitely a hymn. That's definitely a hymn. Bread of heaven. No, I can't. It's not bread of heaven. It's but that was. Yeah, I can't. It's definitely a hymn. I just can't think of which one it is. It's. But there are so many hymns that are national anthems. I mean, now the Great Redeemer is a national anthem. I just don't. It's not the German one. Then I thought it was Germany. It must be some. Well, whatever it is, it's a language I don't speak very well. So, but hang on. I wonder if Google will tell us. Helps if I type hymns. It's not his, but anthems. Stop putting R's in it. No, I didn't ask for England. Which hymn sounds like the national anthem? So, the hymn Zion is to the German national anthem. But here we go, someone else has written the thing, so let's have a look. No, I don't know that hymn, that wasn't it. It's one for the Australian ones. That's all he mentions. Well, thanks for that. That was very helpful. You mentioned plural at the top. It says national anthems in church hymnals. And then doesn't actually mention any of them. Very helpful. No, I didn't ask for the lyrics. Hymns are sung to. Piss off with the fucking cookies. No, everything only ever talks about the British one, and I don't remember any hymns to the tune of the British national anthem. But yeah, there are actually quite a few, as I recall from when we did the Girl Guide thing, so whatever. It was just one of those kind of like, really? That was lazy, you know? Surely we didn't just take everyone else's national anthems and put, you know, godly words to them. Yes, we did. Oh dear. There you go. I can leave that with you with that earworm of, I wonder how many hymns are somebody's national anthem. Right. And I still didn't use up all those pins. Idiot. Let's take those pins out, because, well, that's the point. Let's be taking these pins out as we go. Because we know how much fun it was pulling pins out at the end last time. Because while that did do what we wanted it to do, it was painful to do it all at the end. And you'll be able to see my faux pas so much better in a minute when I pulled all the pins out. Because it is quite a big faux pas, to be honest, but I have a similar faux pas in another triangle stroke square, so it's not the first, it won't be the last. I've got plenty more to screw up in the meantime. So if we have a look, and we zoom it up a bit, I mean, you can see it looks a bit funny, but it doesn't look, I mean, from a distance, it isn't horrendous. I mean, it's not ideal, but it's kind of wonky looking. Because if you look here, you can see it's not really got a middle. This middle kind of hole has kind of wandered off because it didn't get poked into the corner. But it is kind of there. So it's and then obviously, you know, it's kind of meant that this looks a little bit wonky because obviously this is wasn't held quite where it should have been. But to be honest, it's not as wonky as it could have been. I mean, it's far from ideal. This thread looks a bit baggy and all the rest of it, but I also seem to recall there were other issues that I spotted that I didn't fix. I don't remember what they were. Hang on, let's move up a little bit because I've got a feeling it was in here. Let's get these threads out of the way because they'll be hiding things, no doubt. Let's have a look. There's something kind of here going on. It's not wrong, but it's not right either, if you know what I mean. It looks a bit weird. But again, you only really notice them once you posted it on the internet. And, you know, I could probably look at this, which is on my 32-inch monitor, so quite big, and it's full screen and everything, for hours. But only once if I took a photo of that, posted it on the internet, only then do I see the scraps. So, for example, I have a moderated message of possible spam bot, and it is a possible spam bot. Hello, spam bot. We don't like spam bots. Bye bye, spam bot. Spam. You are a spam bot. My thing told me it worked. Yay, go me! I've got it right. Woo! Block spam bot. Ban spam bot. Deny message. There you go. Alright, so spam bot is gone. But my thing told me it was there. Yay! Go me! It worked. Hurrah! But seriously, I could post that on the internet. Anyway, as I was saying, there is inaccuracy here somewhere. That's not quite right. There's a bit of shenanigans going there. What happens if I lift up the thing? Yeah, not quite. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to kill anybody. Yeah, it's not going to kill anybody. But it's not perfect. And this is the problem, is we want it to be perfect, right? We want it to be right. We want it to be good. We're trying really hard to do all the right things. But it is too easy to screw it up. She says, looking at some of the bits she's done today. Nothing screaming at me, which makes a change. Yeah. Nothing screaming. This is a good thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. It looks sloppy and messy. Doesn't in real life so much. I've noticed this. And part of the reason it looks sloppy and messy, of course, because you know all of these, like these squares here, are in perfect dead straight lines. Yet when you look at these, you don't see the dead straight lines and squares, and it makes it look far worse than it is. But it's because the pin's not dead straight, and so that doesn't help. It's the same with this. This is all really even, but looking at this pin and this hole look really wonky. Well, it's because this pin's not kind of more to the right, and if it was there, now it looks more like the rest. So it's not actually wrong, it just looks wrong. And this is the problem you get when you do your photo for the internet, and why then you see the mistakes, because from the angle I sit, I cannot see any of those little holes. I can see the stems of the pins, I can see the shiny heads of the pins, and I can see this bunch of threads that are going off out the side in front of it. I can't really see much of any of that. So is it really too surprising when you cock it up? Now, the question is, do I do more? Or do I order takeout and feed starving, hungry me? This is the question. Well, I think we could do at least a little bit more. We could do a bit more. Let's do a bit more. For more we do today, the less we do have to do over the weekend. Because I am trying to complete a triangle a week, if nothing else. Otherwise it'll be a small lifetime before we get to the end. So, let's have a look. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And 1 for good luck, because someone have to have 7, because, well, that's how the numbers work out. You can come out of there. Come on. Out. Out. Thank you. Oh no, it's not all the way out. There we go. So if you're still... Anyway, close enough. Right, you can go on that. You can go on that. You're being naughty. You get the cone of shame. Cone of shame. Cone of shame for you. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That'll do. We can stick that. Stick. Get that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. How many are in here? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Problem is it's ideally it's I think 5.5 pairs of these to a stick is the optimal actual number of bobbins, because 7. Sorry, I think it's 6.5. 6 is not quite enough, and 7 is a little bit too much. But that's how it goes. Stick you up so you're out of the way. I know I look like I'm putting away, but it's because I'm getting sorted. And then I can pick which bit I'm doing and pull out the bits that are necessary. So I'm going to need you and extract you all from the pins. Because of course this is also where issues happen, is if you don't extract everything properly from the pins, you end up with wrongness. Because they're twisted round pins they shouldn't be, and all of those kind of deals. Yeah, you are play, but you won here. That's because you should be rounded too. That's better. Right. So you're over there. I need 2 of you because one of you is already irrelevant. That, you're getting a kind of shame, you're being annoying. brown dog off to fight the ants of Nova Scotia. Don't know what you heard, love, but you were making it up. Pretty sure you're making it up. Yep, you're making it up. There is not a peep to be had out there. They're all asleep. One neighbour's out, the other one's very much in, and they'll be having takeout like I will later. Because that's what we do. Look. I wonder what I shall have for tea. Really kind of fancy some spring rolls and things, but the company that I used to really like around here don't deliver anymore. It's a shame because I really like them, but I also seem to recall last time I ordered from them they'd changed their chef anyway, so it wasn't quite the same. I have a thing about spring rolls. Now, I really like a spring roll. Spring roll's good. Which, considering that I am not particularly a vegetable person, is quite surprising. But spring rolls should not be smaller than my little finger. Because that's not that there's no food in that. Secondly, spring rolls should not have a circumference like this on the grounds that you can't eat them. You eat 2 mouthfuls, they all fall apart and you burn your hands, right? Spring rolls generally should be the size of my 2 fingers. This is the way things should be, in my humble opinion. for the reasons given. You know, one's got no food, and the other one's ends up burning your fingers off. So, 1, 2, 3.5. What? Oh, that's right. I did need to do the extra one. Yeah, you. You're over. So you're under. So you're over. Right. But yeah, I really have I could do a lot of damage to some spring rolls right now. Or wontons. Now that's the other one that does almost for the exact same reason. Some wontons actually don't have food in them, and that should not be allowed to count as a wonton. A screwed up bit of pastry with nothing in it is not a wonton. Wontons should have food in them. I mean, we're not talking a lot of food, but there should still be food in them. Really could do some damage to a Chinese, though. Actually, I know what I really, really want. I know what I could really do damage to. Well, that's depressing. No one sells any. None of the delivery companies, and there's like 36 of them apparently, but none of them sell red Thai curry. See, the Chinese that used to deliver here that don't anymore, that did the great spring rolls and everything, also used to do a red Thai curry. But what you could do is you'd say to them, I want a red Thai curry, but I don't want any of the bits in the sauce, so I just want the sauce and the chicken. And because I've nothing against the bits in the sauce, but occasionally they put weird things in it like peas and the like. But if you have just the chicken in the sauce, it is a glorious thing to behold. And so I used to get that and some wontons and some spring rolls, and that was me. I was good with that and some rice, obviously, because you've got to have rice with your curry. But I really enjoyed that. But they don't deliver no here no more. You have failed the litmus test, so you went under. So you're now over. Under. Over. Under. 2, 3, 4. That's a shame. I really could have gone for some of that. Just in case, on the off chance it's under Thai curry and you get to pick from red. Yep, Thai. No, I don't want it in fish. Who does fish? Balti King. No, that's not going to be what I want then. Damn it, I could have really eaten a lot of that. C'est la vie. Maybe I'll have fish and chips for tea then. Oh no, it's Rory. Hello, little man. Doggies like takeout day because I inevitably get them some nuggets. And they get to have nuggets. So we all like takeout day. Alright, my little man. You snack up on the couch very quietly now. Not like you at all. I thought it was little now. Snoozy snooze. Wow. Thank you for the raid. Wow. Hello. I'm 3/4 of the way through this square. I made a bit of a gaffe earlier, had to undo quite a big bit. And we have made a bit of a faux pas back here, but it is being ignored because it is back here. Let me show you the faux pas. Hello, happy kitten. So, if you look really carefully, where's my poking device gone? What did I do with my poking device? Where's my poking device? I have eaten my poking device. Hang on. That's not a good sign. It's quite a big poking device. How do I lose that? There it is. So, if you look at this here, this kind of squocal, well, it's kind of got a big handle look with a big stabby pin on the end of it. Perfect for burglar eyes, I think. But it is a poking device. It is designed for pricking your patterns. It's exactly what you do. You poke through the holes with it. But it also makes a great pointing device because it's got a long thing. So if you look here, each of these are like squovels. So they're square with a little circle in the middle. I call them squovels. They're called rose ground, really, but they're squovels, right? This one's had a bad day. This one, frankly, had a bit of vodka or something. It's had a bad day, and the reason it had a bad day is I missed a pin, which possibly means I missed a stitch or 2 or 3. I don't think I did, but I certainly missed something, so it's not turning out to be as squoval as the rest of them. If your cat's willing to take the blame for that, I'm cool with that. To be honest, I have animals of my own. It is, and don't get me wrong, as per the diagram in the top right hand corner, I've made 5 squares already, and each and every one of them have a many splattering of unique individual takes on how to screw up a piece of lace. Oh, I found a pin. Hang on. Pick. I do seem to be able to find new and interesting ways to screw up as I go. Hello, Andrew. Welcome to my world, ladies and gentlemen. Lace making is not for the faint heart. As per the diagram in the top right hand corner, I am making squares. And thank you for the follow. It is a test of patience. I do not have patience. Bad language does occur. For my own stupidity, my ability to not notice things is unrivaled. Because, to be honest, pretty much for every spot that you see on here is a pinhole. Now, the little ziggy zaggy bits make the solid bit. The little squares make the squovels, right? So there's only 3 stitches on here. Now, to make a square, it's not 4 stitches. It's not that simple, right? But There are only two moves in lace making. Using these two to demonstrate, you either do cross, which is left over right, or you do twist, which is right over left. It is amazing how you can screw this up. Now, obviously, knowing when to cross and when to twist is a thing. But as a general rule, it is not hard. None of these things are hard. And I think that's actually part of the problem. And I think this I fully understand that. I don't move my hands that fast. The only thing I do, which is when coming to do the cloth stitch. So cloth stitch, so that you know, is normally left over right, both rights over left, and left over right. This forms one cloth stitch, right? If I undo that, what I generally do, now I will undo it, but I'll do it for I'll do it for 3 pairs as a demonstration. I do the first one, and then I do the second one, but rather than do the third one and then start with the fourth one, I do them together. So you move them in pairs, going under and over, which is the result that you want, till you get to the end, which results in the same thing. So that bit does tend to go faster, and I have bobbins that sin by doing this, which means they just roll off. So sinful bobbins get the cone of shame, and these bad bobbins, I saw you trying to run away. You really are a bad bobbin. You are a possessed bad bobbin, more to the point. Let me grab one cone of shame. It's mating with another cone of shame. These cone of shames are orthodontic elastic bands, and you put them over the end, and this is not the bobbin that I want. Sorry, bobbin, you do not get cone of shame. Where is my bad bobbin? There he is. So bad bobbin gets cone of shame. You roll this up. You then put this up to roughly where you want it, and roll over the top your elastic band. So it now traps the end, and you can pull it down a bit if you want, but if you don't want it to, it doesn't move. It's really good. So hence quite a few of them have cones of shame, to be honest, for they have sinned and annoyed me by getting longer, because to tension them you generally kind of put your hand on it and give it a bit of a stroke, and if in doing that you just kind of go and let all your thread off, then you're a bad bobbin. I don't want to, you're being naughty, and I'm not playing your game. So let me just undo this, because I don't need this done right now. So go back the way we came. But everything else, I am not a particularly fast lace maker. There are many videos of people who literally seem to pick up a bobbin and go, and they've just done like this much, and you're kind of going, I can see from the pattern and what's in front of you of what you did, but all I really saw was, because one of them, there is a woman, and she goes like this, and all she really seems to do is push them around. She doesn't actually swap any of their places. I swear, and I was watching, it's worse than the 3 cups thing, you know? Is the, you were keeping an eye on it, you swear, no, obviously we know they cheat with the 3 cups thing, but you're sitting there going, I swear I was watching it. I did not see them move, but I can tell you the lace has grown, so they must have done. And yeah, no, I am not that. It is. There are definitely times when voodoo does come into it, and I mean, because one of the things that a friend of mine said, so there are loads of knots. Technically, in lace making, there are no knots. Now, I have knots in mine. Bite me. When it comes to the end, so when I join back round here, you take these pins out. You put a magical little tool called a Lazy Susan, which is a bent needle with some thread in it. Look, thready stuff, right? You poke it through the hole. You then make a loop so that obviously this is pinned by the hole, in essence. You then poke bobbin or string through it, and you can pull it through the hole. So basically all it does is pull it through the hole. And You can do it with a crochet hook, but crochet hooks tend to be a bit more violent. And then you tie knots in it, and then I glue them, because it takes me on average a week per triangle. As you can see, this is my 23rd triangle, so I've been doing this for basically 23 weeks, give or take a bit. All right, probably 24 or 25, because I did go on a couple of deviations, and I will do more. I've got 72 freaking triangles to make. God help my poor soul. And as a result, if by the time I finished, I estimate this will take somewhere in the region of 18 months, most likely. If I have to wash this at some point and it fell apart, this is not a picture in my life we need to have. This is not an eventuality that any crafter needs to have, to be honest. If you spent that much time and effort making something, and exactly right, you can just imagine you carefully lay it in a warmish pile of water with a little bit of soap in it, because obviously if it's going to be a net curtain, it is open to the elements. And it's maybe looking a bit dusty, and, you know, it could do with a wash. I mean, it's not like you splattered it with blood or food or anything, but, you know, it needs a wash. Can you just imagine how you would feel if you spent 2-3 hours almost every day making this blessed thing for 18 months, and you gently place it in the bowl of water, go like swishy on top of the water, not even touching the thing, and watch it unravel? There are just not words, right? You know, self-deletion kind of comes to mind, right? It is going to, you know, it would be utterly depressing. So, while it is technically a hideous sin, knotting is permitted at the end, but generally advised not to. I'm gluing mine because I can prove that there are knots out there that say, you do this knot and it will not come undone. And I can do it between 2 bits of thread, give it a tug and watch it fall apart. So, while I'm doing the right knots in the right places, I don't believe them. I'm not trusting them. I am putting small dobs of glue on my knots to ensure that those knots are forever. I have changed the glue that I'm using. So the original ones I was using super glue, because, well, super glue is a good thing. And super glue goes hard in water, in case you didn't know. How do I know this? My dog bit a tub of super glue. And the first thing I noticed was that she almost had, like, real plaque on her teeth. I mean, it looked like, you know, the worst case of plaque you'd ever seen. It's like, come here. Now, I was fortunate because she bit it and it kind of stuck to her teeth. She obviously didn't like it. It went solid. I just don't want to think of the vet bill if it hadn't, right? So, you know, and she did it more than once, let's truly be honest. And I hide the super glue. Do not be thinking I'm kind of putting it in her dog bowl. No. She goes like round the back of the TV into a glass-fronted cabinet that she can prise open and get the frigging tub out. So, let me show you a finished square. In fact, I can cheat. Let me show you a finished square. This is, let me kind of tidy up the screen just a little bit. So, let me turn that off for a sec. Give it a bit, so you got, the words are a little bit harder. Well, I can hide them, but I've got to fiddle more. So, this is what the end square looks like, right? And I have 5 of those. And, well, nearly 5 3/4, right? You make them in individual triangles. There are about 96 bobbins on my pillow at this time. 96 bobbins of naughtiness. And yes, although it's 96 bobbins, and technically that's not actually that many, it friggin' is. They sometimes do give me severe anxiety. There are many types of bobbins. I have been playing with many over the time so far. And while these are gloriously wonderful bobbins, I love these bobbins with all my soul. These bobbins look really plain and boring and simple and a bit naff, but they're heavy. And they don't roll around. They don't mess me about. Well, they do, because obviously I'm having to put cones of shane on them. But as a whole, they don't roll around. They don't do naughty things. I've got other bobbins which I also truly love. So I've got some really chubby ones that I like. I haven't got one to hand, but I've got some really, really chubby ones. So they have like the neck bit, and then they start quite fat, and then they get incredibly thin, and then have a real chubby bottom. I really like those. But they're not particularly good for this because they're so chubby. I mean, the chubby bottom's like 5 of these put together. So as a result, well, it makes a lot of pile of bobbins. And like now, I mean, this section here that I've got of kind of bobbins not in sticks isn't actually that much. When I was doing the big square here a minute ago, that was kind of a lot of bobbins. And it does get a bit much, but these benefit because they clump up quite well. However, for the next square, I am returning to my previous bobbins, which were, she says, grabbing a bag of bobbins next to her, these bobbins, which are slightly chunkier. Reason being, these ones, because they are... Thank you, dog. By the way, let me introduce you to 2 people. That's Rory and Amy, my 2 puppy dogs, who I love with all my heart. Yep. Yeah, they are very cute. They're especially cute and wonderful when they're asleep. Maybe a bit, just a little bit. Yep. Yeah. I mean, I had to name them, and I'm not very good at picking names. Now, I should point out that it's not entirely accurate because, well, my Amy and Rory are brother and sister, and obviously, therefore, not married. But they are the love of my life. Now, Rory, he's a good boy, and he is Now, Rory is a very gentle, loving soul. Rory is very much Rory the nurse, in fact. If I'm never not feeling right, Rory will want to be here, comforting me and helping me feel better. Amy is a crackhead. Amy is an alien face hugger. For when Rory wants hugs, like currently he's now just crept gently onto my lap, whereas Amy is... you see, this is it. I mean, one of our previous dogs that we had was a brownish coloured dog. Well, we had a dog and we found her, I found her, and we adopted her. And adopting is a lot harder in the UK, by the way. For anyone who's not a Brit, it's a bitch to adopt an animal in the UK. Anyway, we had a lovely brown dog. She generally went by the name Brown, by the way. But technically her name was Kira, after Kira Nerys from Star Trek. Because, well, we're also a bit... And you know that if you ever watch, like, people in America who seem to they go down, like, it's almost like going down the store. They go to a shelter, they go, we want that one, pay $50 or whatever it is, and walk off with said animal. You know that if we want to do that, we have to go in, we have to meet it, then you generally have to introduce it to any other animals that you may have, then you have to go in for an interview, then they have to come and do a home visit, and basically, if you have a job, they don't want you to have an animal, and you're kind of going, how do you think I pay for the buggers? And it is, and I'm fortunate I work from home, so it's quite easy, it's a lot easier for me now to get a dog. But I was very lucky with these two, wasn't I? Because when Fiona died, I put out a field to the local, she's not local, but to a lady in the UK that I was aware of, kind of going, hey, I'm down a dog and I could use a dog. got any dogs? Because, well, she's a dog rescue kind of thing. And she's like, yes, I do. I've got a lurcher. Yeah, I can do a lurcher. I could do a lurcher because I'm not particularly proud of which variety of dog I have. I could do a lurcher. We've got a German Shepherd. I could do a German Shepherd. Yeah, I could do a German Shepherd. We've got puppies. What? You said puppies? And she sent me a picture, and they were tiny. So I went, and from the picture, now I need to explain. The picture is of dog, head here, butt towards elbow. Thank you, Jodie. But yeah, so picture, you've got picture of two dogs, individually, head in hand, butt on elbow. So you cannot see any of the obvious checkpoints for gender of dog. I knew, looking at these two, that Rory was a boy and that she was a girl, and that she was going to be a cow and that he was going to help. And I said back, and I wrote back from these two pictures, and I went, so that's brother and sister. The black one's the boy, right? And she wrote back, yes. Almost the kind of like, how the hell did you know that? And it's like, no idea, but I did. Can I have both? I said, and she went, yes. And I went, sold. I didn't even know how much they were going to cost me until pretty much she sent me the bill. But one thing that I will say alarmed me slightly. Technically it was two things that alarmed me slightly. One was that because she had spoken to me a number of times on Facebook, she's never met me. None of her lot ever met me. She let me have two dogs. I could have been anyone. Just because I've given the great facade for a number of years on Facebook does not equal I'm a great dog owner. Now, she also knew of my dad. She'd spoken to my dad a few times. And she'd heard of me through my dad. So, but at the same time, she didn't check whether my house was appropriate. I could have lived in a one-bedroom flat. Don't you do pity paws, young lady? What's the matter with you now? What's the matter? You're all excited. I can see that you're excited, but what are you excited about? What? Little one. Excitedness. Yes. Anyway, but the second thing that disturbed me was it was only a while later I found out they weren't in the UK, that they were in Romania. Now, I would never have looked for importing a dog because, well, we've already got plenty. We do not need to add to the ones that are already being put down in shelters because they're not being found homes. So personally, but by then, of course, I'd named them and been dreaming about them for a couple of weeks. So it was a bit late for that. So I was not backing out. I wanted puppies, right? Because, well, you get to train them and chances are they've had less bad things for them. I didn't take into account how they were going to get here. Well, I did, but I didn't. I thought that this would be better. So, they came in a crate in a van. Now, along with many other dogs, I need to point out it was a bit of a kind of packed head to tail thing. I think there were only like 12 dogs in a large transit. Yeah. Now, you and I would have assumed that a dog shelter and a dog charity and all of that kind of stuff, when they're stopping at the thing, are letting them out to pee, etc. No, they weren't. They were getting out. They were going and having naps. They were sleeping. The dogs stayed in the crate. So, if you were on the bottom layer, these were in the middle layer, but there were 3 layers. So if you were in the bottom layer, the output of dog on top that had been over the dogs in the middle there, and the output of the dog on top and the dog in the middle now rained on high to the dog at the bottom. Your dog, when you got it, was covered head to toe in wee. And I mean literally wet. And it was sticky, because as we all know, when dog wee dries, it goes slightly sticky. And poo. If any of them had dodgy stomachs or threw up, they were covered in that too. Now, fortunately, we had no puke or poo obviously on us, but we kind of hummed. And of course, because they're in a very new environment, they've had basically 3 and a bit days in the crate in a van. Putting them through the trauma of a bath is not a good plan, because they don't know you, they don't know anything, they don't speak English, they've not been trained, they don't even know their names yet. So it took a while. And the hit on my hall carpet was hard. To the point it has not recovered. No amount of washing. I've got a clean, dirty carpet. But it has left them with a really big issue about crates. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of crate training. It's never something I've really been enamoured by. I'm not against crate training. But I'm also not pro crate training. But I did buy them a large pen, because I did wanted to maybe curtail their movements when they were younger by putting them in a pen overnight. So they arrived. They arrived like a wretched drug smuggling van. The dog before me. No, we never did crates as kid in our day, so it just doesn't quite sit right. Now, I do know lots of dogs love their crates, and for those dogs, like all of us, there are differences in all of us. If your dog loves that, good for you. If your dog does not, do not make it, right? But the dogs before me were in Bristol. I'm in Gloucestershire, so it's like at most an hour down the road, right? They were dropped off about 11 o'clock at night, and I expected them then to be here round about midnight. 4:30 in the morning. So I'd been up waiting for them with my friend who'd come, because obviously I had to pick 2 dogs up out of the van, and I've only got 1 pair of hands. So my friend was sitting there, and they were getting really narky because it was 4:30 in the morning, and we were getting a bit bored. Well, hello. When they arrived, they didn't check who we were. They just got 2 dogs, thrust them upon us, and left. It really was, under the cover of darkness, and it could have so gone so badly. Now, I am still in touch with said charity, and Rory and Amy have, I think it's 2 sisters. Certainly there are 2 other dogs. Gender forgotten, because, it's not my dog, and I've not met them. One lady was literally just down the road from my dad before he died. My dad never got to meet them, because this was after my dad died. But literally down the road from where my dad lived. I'm talking a number of yards away. She ended up giving up on her dog. Now, Rory does have an issue I was explaining earlier. Last night, I was on the receiving end of it. Rory has a form of PTSD. Now, I don't entirely know what, because when they found them, they were not the width of a step in age. They were tiny. Mum, no one knows what happened to her, right? So, from that point of view, you would like to think that Rory has been in a safe environment all of this time. I mean, the van thing was unpleasant, but it wouldn't have hurt him physically. If you touch Rory's butt, so wiggle your foot if he's asleep on the bed and by your feet, if you wiggle your foot and touch his butt, he wakes up, and whatever touched him, it needs to be eliminated now. whatever it is, whether that's me or his sister. And I have the scars to prove it. For I've got in the way between him and his sister because it's been like 5 o'clock in the frigging morning. And he's done it a couple of times on the couch. He did it once on stream, in fact. I assume she wagged her tail or twitched her foot, touched his butt, and off he went. Well, clearly last night I did something similar because he was sleeping up the top end of the bed. Yes, they sleep on my bed by me. And I remember dreaming about like lifting something, so maybe he was half lying on my arm, my arm was going to sleep and I meant to move it. I woke up to death battle aimed at me. Now, all I actually got for it was, well, you can't see any teeth marks because there aren't any, but he did tooth butt my hand, and potentially there was going to be a big bruise on my arm from the mouth area. No, not got a thing. Now, I am generally quite I always joke that I'm not awake because, well, I am, but I'm not. I am very aware that I am awake while I sleep. Now, that doesn't make any sense. So, I can wake up and nothing is occurring, but I will know what woke me up. Hence, I think I have memories of lifting something, and that was probably me trying to move my arm out under Rory, but I assumed I was dreaming it, but I probably wasn't, and he was reacting to that. So I knew he was reacting to me moving my arms. Even though 1 millisecond ago, I'd been well asleep, and I mean like dead to the world asleep. I can sleep through anything, pretty much. I frankly have. The storms of 87 when lots of trees in the UK disappeared. What storm? I did not sleep through that. A little while ago there was a crash on the motorway and our houses are not that far from the motorway. My neighbour went, "Oh my goodness, your window was open, you must have woken." I was wondering why it was quiet. Because it had been quiet because I closed the motorway. And it was like, "Oh, that's why it's quiet, is it?" She went, "What do you mean you slept through it?" Seriously, if you... But at the same time, when I was married, well, actually we weren't married at the time, but I married him, so we'll go with we were married, we were living together, it's close enough, right? One night, a phone in a pocket, in a jacket, hung in the downstairs toilet with the door shut, which is round like 6 corners, and I do seem to have issue with sounds round corners in that I don't hear them clearly, which was on quiet, so at the best of times would have been beep, beep, beep kind of level, right? Not screaming its head off. I woke up because my brain told me that there was an emergency because something wasn't right. And do you know what wasn't right? It was downstairs going beep, 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 which in case you didn't know is SMS, is SMS in dot dash notation. I can't remember what it's called. Right? It wasn't my phone. It was his phone. But I woke him up. I could also hear our dog Charlie, who is the little man in my icon. Charlie learnt not to bark loudly because ex-hubby would get moody. So he would sit by the patio doors and go, woof. No, you'd literally, woof. I could hear that. I would wake up for that. I'm not quite sure how I heard it, but I would wake up for that. There was another time where, I don't know, maybe I'd been tossing and turning, farting in my sleep, snoring, whatever. Anyway, Trevor gone to sleep in the other room. I did not know this. I was asleep. I was, as I said, I can sleep through a lot, right? I woke up, as far as I was concerned, because Charlie was ready to kill some burglar in the house. And instantly out of my mouth, before I even really opened my eyes, was, "It's all right, it's Trevor." How did I know that the person who'd come out the guest room or that had opened the door, I mean, I don't even know what they did to trigger the dog. I'm confident they opened the door to the guest room, which triggered Charlie into defence, but I knew what it was. How could I have known what it was? Quite a few years ago now, I woke up having been stung by a wasp overnight. I once woke up because Maddie had farted in my face. I woke up to the kind of like my hair dying down from the blast, but I knew who it was and what it was. I am absolutely conscious when I'm asleep because I am aware the tiniest, faintest noise that shouldn't be there will wake me up. But if it's really loud, so I know plane crashes on, house 2 doors down, well, my house is all right. I can sleep through that. It's not a bother for me now, is it? And so I can sleep through the strangest stuff because it's my brain's going, that's okay. Well, I am. Frankly, I must be. I've always considered myself a bit of a nutter, right? Because, well, I do feel that. I am. In my defence, I am autistic, so there is something wrong with me. But for the main part, yeah, I'd go with that. I'm not going to disagree. If you want to call me that, it's a badge I can wear. I'm not going to be ashamed of that. Because it is. There is a lot of times where I know that can't be normal. But I also know that, for example, someone could yell up. I mean, as a child, I remember waking up and knowing already, without moving a muscle, which of my parents was in, which of my parents was out, and how long the one that had been out was out for. How would I know that? Because I was awake when I was asleep. So I am a freak. I am freaking weird, and I'm proud of it. Because if I was normal, it would be boring, right? So I am very much a freak, and there are things that bother me, and there are things that not. So, for example, I was explaining earlier that one of the things that I really struggle with is I don't like flappy things. So I can't wear a bracelet. I can't wear necklaces. If I wear a watch, because I haven't worn a watch for many years, it has to be so tight it is flush with my skin. I don't like wearing trousers because they flap around my ankles and it bothers me. And I assume this is partly my autism kind of thing creeping out. But I hate it. I would much rather wear a pair of leggings, but I'm a bit fat for that now, so I don't wear them. But I do have some, but I don't wear them. I'll wear them to bed if I'm cold. I'll wear them as like... And I don't suffer... I mean, in terms of the things that I do that are autistic, mostly I am a very high-level functioner. But I have my moments. And like everything, we all have our moments. We all have things that are just one thing too many. And my co-worker is very aware of my things and will help me during these things. I mean, I'm not exactly the world's biggest crier, but I phoned him up in a big pile of tears because my boss accused me of something I hadn't done and was adamant that it was my fault, even though it couldn't be my fault at all. And he broke me. My brain just melted and I didn't know what to do with myself. So I phoned my co-worker because, well, my co-worker's kind of used to it. He's got two autistic kids, so he's very aware of these things. But he also understands because if I explain to him, this thing about work, he knows all the people. He knows that I would not have done it, or if I'd have done it, I'd admit it. And, we have a good understanding. Hence, pretty much from 6 o'clock in the morning till about 1 o'clock in the morning on nearly any given day, we are sending text messages. 99% of the text messages I send are between me and my co-worker. And he is married and I've met his family and they're great and they know me and they support me and we've had conversations too. So, it's not a dodgy thing and it's, it purely is. We are the sanity for the other one because he has issues with his family and or sometimes with work, and it's like Am I losing it? And the answer usually is no, not really. You might be overreacting, but you're not wrong here. It's not. You were triggered by something. You're not imagining it. It's not in your head. And it's like one of the things that I remember explaining to someone is when you speak to someone who's depressed. Sometimes being depressed is the right answer. I mean, for example, when I lost my dad, I became the only part of my family. I don't have a mother. I don't have brothers and sisters. Yeah. But with depression, there is clinical depression, which is your brain is being miserable and you are, unable to be happy for no reason. And then there is depression because bad shit has happened. One is a natural and healthy response, the other is not, and requires potentially medication to assist you, or counselling, or maybe even both, or just a bit of a break from the universe and, 6 weeks in Bora Bora, or whatever it is, right? Or maybe a shopping spree on yarn, because that can work, right? By the way, I do many crafts. Lace is in fact a very recent one, arguably, into my collection. So I am multi-crafting, but I am likely only really to stream lace making. It does, doesn't it? It's like hibernation. I don't know about you lot, but over winter, if I could hibernate for 2 or 3 months, just sleep. Miss out all the cold, dark, miserable, grotty, crappy weather and all the miserable people that are in it. Because I have to say, now, I am aware that there is a thing called SAD, which is the seasonal adjustment disorder. But I also think that it's normal. I don't think it's a disorder. I would honestly say it is perfectly normal to feel less jolly when the rain is sideways. You get up in the dark, you go home in the dark. Anything you do is in basically sideways rain and cold. Where is the joy in that? How, of course, I love snow. And so I don't consider, I know that obviously it is a recognised disorder, but it is one that I feel is, well, normal. It is normal to be on a sunny day. If the sun is shining, the sky is blue, the birds are tweeting, and you can sit in a quiet spot in a warm bit of sun, with listening to the birds go cheepity cheep, cheep, cheep. It is hard to be really miserable. It's possible, but you got to try really hard for that. When it's like -3, the rain is sideways, it's gone straight through your cold, you're wet, you're now going to be itchy when you go indoors and start to dry out, you really need to change and have a shower. And you've got to spend 2 hours, hacking chunks of ice off your car if you're going to drive somewhere. And even then, all it's doing is blasting cold air at you. And every idiot will be out on the road because it's hideous weather and they can't drive in it. And you've got to pay £300 billion a month for your central heating because, well, it's cold. And you've got to have lights on pretty much 24/7 because it's dark, because it's cloudy or whatever, and it never seems to get bright enough for you to not. And all of these things. Is it really surprising that you're not happy? Really? Especially as a dog owner, when you've got to go out for the drag, right? You're going to be dragged around a field a few times. It is their time, and we do it for them. But I can tell you now, don't enjoy it. Not on a sunnier day when it's not too hot, because obviously if it's too hot, that's no fun either. But on a sunnier day. And so hence, obviously maybe sad is for people who have the extreme. But to be honest, it is. You cannot be jolly on a miserable, godforsaken Armageddon-looking day. It's just not normal. Well, it is, but you can still laugh and enjoy things. But having an element of depression when you can't go outside and do anything, when your day feels really short because you go to work in the dark, you come home in the dark, so you can't really go out and do anything. It feels like you're going out at 3 o'clock in the morning because it's so dark and miserable, right? it doesn't incite joy. Whereas during the summer, where it's light when you get up, light when you go to bed, and you feel kind of stupid going to bed when there's still, functionable day you could be using. When you can sit out in your garden at 8 o'clock at night and it's sunny, well, that's how you have joy. You come home, you go and sit in the garden, you relax, you have a cold drink, and you play fetch with the dog, and you go for a walk, and you have a nice day because it's sunny and warm. You're not roasting and sweating like a horse, and you're not freezing and getting wet. You're having a nice time with the dog. It is a truly pleasurable experience. Well, of course you enjoy it, because it's a pleasurable experience. When you're picking up stinky dog poo in the sideways rain, your glasses are all fogged up, and you can't see where you're going. You just trod in it. Where is the joy, dude? Am I being silly? Rory says I'm being silly. Yes, you're a good boy. Sorry, Rory's giving me a hug, and I like to give Rory hugs because Rory likes to be next to me, but it's very unusual for Rory to actually want hugs. So Rory gets them. Yes, you do. He's also wondering when I'm going to order nuggets, because today is takeout day. On Fridays, I historically have takeout. Now, it's something my ex-husband started, and it is a tradition that I have continued, despite being parted from him for many years now. Amy! Oh, if you ever hear woofs and noises, it's nearly always going to be her, because her other nickname is Amy Winehouse. For we sing to the universe. And we rue and we whine. However, Rory does not. Now, he can make a noise. I have heard Rory make noises, but it is uncommon. To the point, I'd had him for 3 months. And despite accidentally treading on bits of dog, as you inevitably do, especially with puppies, I had still not heard a single sound. And I literally mean not one. Not a growl, not a roo, not a not a woof, nothing. So I was a little concerned, because Rory can't eat very fast, he can't drink very fast, he just yaks it straight up. Which was something that Charlie suffered from towards the end of his time. And in fact, it was kind of the thing that killed him, because it meant that he aspirated things that he ate and drank. It gave him pneumonia, and then he didn't do very well. Now, Rory hasn't aspirated any of it, so we're fine with that. But he does tend to puke it up. Equally not pleasant, frankly. But it made me wonder if Rory had a throat issue, because I hadn't heard from him, and because he puked out there, maybe there was something wrong. So I booked him to the vets, and I got someone to come and sit with Amy, because they're not used to being apart. And I took Rory to the vet. So I got Rory in the car. Now, they're not used to being in the car too much, because I live near places to walk, so I don't need to take them in the car very often. Yeah, he sang the whole way there. Now, not very loudly, admittedly, but he did grumble the whole way there about being parted from his sister. And there was me taking him to the vet because I thought there was something wrong with him. But I did get him checked out anyway, just on the grounds, because he was peeking and puking as well, just in case. And they said, no, he's just eating it too fast, getting wind behind it and puking it up. He's just been stupid. But the great thing, when I had them neutered, because I had to have them neutered, obviously, because, well, brother and sister don't need any of that. And I had to have them done early because I don't need any of that. And my vets were going, oh, well, it's very uncommon for puppies to happen in first season. Yeah, that's why my parents, when they had 2 dogs, because they also got a brother and sister pair when I was 16, immediately pretty much had 2 puppies. So I don't need to introduce 2 more puppies, although frankly more puppies would be cute. And because they would be cute. Amy, don't bite me, sweetheart. I love you dearly, but biting me is not the answer. She's not biting. She's just sticking her teeth on my hand. But, principles. Did I say that I wanted to be in a 3-way battle here? And so I basically said, I'm sorry, but I am not prepared for my dogs to have puppies. I do not want to, I appreciate that it is less of a chance, but it is not a no chance. I do not need to be introducing more dogs into the UK. And so, no, don't want to be doing that. Secondly, Amy also had a hernia that no one had noticed. So I wanted that sorted. And it was kind of like, well, she's got hernia. She needs to be done. He needs to be done. You will do both together because they're not used to being apart. I will bring them in together. You will do them together. They will have cones together because, and I will deal with the mayhem, but I'm not going through this lot twice. I am not doing this twice. We will do it once and we will do it for good. So they went in and I had to be there at 8 o'clock in the morning with the dogs. That was fine. We took them down. Now, normally, when you take our dogs to our vet, they do operations in the morning. They're all done usually by 1, 2 in the afternoon. They then give them a couple of hours to give them something to eat, give them a bit of time. They have to have a wee and a poo and do all of that before they get to go home. So you normally pick them up about 5 o'clock. I got a phone call. You need to come and get your dogs. Okay. Bit earlier than I expected because of course the people that I'd lined up to assist in the collection of dog, because having someone to sit with the dogs in the car and someone else to drive is very useful, wasn't available because it's work time. So I kind of had to call on my neighbour and I kind of went, don't suppose you can help. They've kind of called that I've got to go and get the dogs and really someone needs to sit with them. And one of my neighbours went, yeah, not a problem, cancelled a meeting. I'm pretty sure they were very pleased to get out of the meeting, to be honest. And drove me down the vet. By the time we pulled in the car park, we knew why they wanted them out there. They were screaming. Because they were in a crate. So, it has affected them far more. I mean, considering that was 5 years, nearly 5, they'll be 5 in June, right? So, I got them when they were 4 months old. I would like to think that all the good and happiness that I've poured into them would have lessened some of that. But not really. So that I do feel for them. I truly, truly do. I love my dogs with all my heart, but they do have their little foibles. She's not as bad as him. She isn't violent, but she will protect herself if he goes for her, and there has been blood. It is, and it is sad because they can't talk to you about it. You can't say to them, but I'm never going to let that happen to you again. You can't reassure that out of them. You can't kind of have them go through doggy counselling. And it is something that, I have to deal with. And so I have holes. I have a scar on my thumb, not that you can overly see it. I have a scar on my thumb from being bitten by Rory. He didn't draw blood, but he broke the flesh underneath the skin. I have a hole here. You can't really see it. No, you can't really see it. But there's a hole just here that... that one was quite deep. It didn't stop bleeding for 24 hours. That was a very deep one. I got in the way of Sister. I did the old karate block, put my hand up, and he caught me with his teeth. He didn't mean it. He wasn't after me. He was after her. But there was one time it was over food and I got really mad because it wasn't a death battle. I broke it up and then it was over. It had 3 rounds. There was, someone needed taking out and it was going to happen on that day. And that was really harsh because split them up. Normally, kind of Rory comes to his senses and stops. But this was a consciously awake one and it was over a licking of pasta sauce. It wasn't even over anything decent. And there was this big sudden fight. And, you can't... I'm sure if you like children sometimes, you can't always tell who started it. The first thing, even if you were looking at them, the first thing that your brain really comprehends... Yeah, sometimes the first thing you comprehend is they're now fighting and you've got no idea who started it. Just that there is now death going on, right? And so I'd broken it up, and then there was round 2. So there was a bit more, no, we won't be doing that, and broke it up again, and, checked everybody over, and everyone was all right. We had maybe had a couple of bruises, but nothing really big. And then there was round 3, and it was like, what the heck? Dudes! So there was quite a bit of telling off on that day because, well, that was a bit uncalled for. I mean, if you trod... if she, I don't know, stick a claw in your ear or eye or something, I get that you want to swing and maybe tell her off. But once is enough, dude. 3 rounds was just far too much for that. So, we that was the only one that was really kind of deliberate. And there was another one a bit more recently, but she had, I don't know, kicked him in the non-existent balls or whatever while he was asleep. And he went for her on the couch and gave her a gash on her leg. But it was nothing, it wasn't vet worthy, but there was blood. And it was kind of like... Well, it is, but the weird thing is you can suddenly go through a really long spate where everyone's happy, everyone's jolly. And then suddenly there'll be like, I don't know, so like last night, obviously Rory had one. And then there might be another one, beginning of next week. And then there might not be another one for 6 months. And you're kind of going... But this, of course, is the problem with trauma, is the faintest thing can trigger it. Anyway, I have talked too much. Let me do some... Very much. Very, 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 very much. So now, I will wait for you all to come back from adverts. 2, 4, 6. Let's wait for you all to come back from adverts. So, let's see who we can find. Indeed. So hopefully you're all back. Now, let me tell you of tomorrow. Tomorrow being Saturday and not being a work day. Now, it could have been tonight, but I usually do Saturdays. I tend to do a late night stream. So when I say late, I'm talking I would not normally start for 3 hours or so. And then I run on to what is 1 or 2 UK time. This is so that some of the people across the pond can come in their evenings and not, kind of while they're doing their breakfast. because today I work half days, and so I started at 2 o'clock. Because I'm a Brit. And as a result, though, it gives everyone a bit of a chance, should they wish to come and see me do my thing and listen to my insane conversations that we have, because we do talk about all manner of weirdness while we're doing it. So tomorrow, that's my plan. For those of you who are new to being here, if you do !locals or !discord, I have links to all of those. And the Discord is better at telling you that I've gone live than anybody else. Today's stream is the only one I guarantee to do at a given time. Everything else is a little more hit and miss, and I do apologise for that, which is why the Discord is so useful. Now, obviously, for those of you who have come on the raid today, I hope you've enjoyed being here, and I would love it if you would choose to return. For one of my biggest fears is that I'm talking to nobody and nobody's listening, and that would be quite sad. So it would be nice if you would care to follow and come back. But you're welcome to lurk. You do not have to talk to me. But it is nice to at least say hello, so I know that there's someone out there, and I'm not absolutely insanely talking to myself. Because after all, isn't that kind of one of the... Hey Ox, how you doing? I'm just wrapping up, my friend. No, this is not Spinny. This is Lacy. But yes, if you'd like to come back tomorrow, because Ox will know that I spend later. That's okay. Hope work is not being too evil. We all know that work has an element of evilness to it by default. But yes, hopefully tomorrow night, well, I will be on in about 3 to 4 hours time, and then for 3 or 4 hours, so that people like Ox can come after work. And I'm really pleased because he's been twice in a row now. So yes, it is. What I'm going to do today is I'm going to hand you off to a good friend of mine who is also making some lace. Now, I will warn you now, he primarily talks in Finnish, but will talk to you in English if you say hello to him in English. He'll respond in kind. His English is pretty good. But he is making some very beautiful lace that I see here. So I'm going to hand you off to Silver of Dragon, who is such a good guy. And I hope you enjoy seeing him do his thing. gets your nose out.
Well, you got to strengthen your core then. You got to do even more core. Core strength plus keeping weight off is the most important thing for me after spine surgery. Core connection in. Let's just have notice that after strength and see this strangest little pain show up randomly. Dude, I've had little pains for Hey, little biscuits. I'd say yeah, for probably like the last 15 years, I hit a realization with running that the first mile, it's never the same pain. Not never. Most of the time, it's a completely new pain, and it'll go away within the first mile. If not, then maybe I need to pay attention to it. But like almost every single time I go running, something random hurts, and I just let it hurt, and then after about a mile, it gets warmed up, and there we go. Orc boy, look at you with the timely raid. How are you doing? I was thinking about you earlier in the week, actually. I was reading some old, I was checking out some old Warhammer PDFs. Been having fun with friends on Valheim. I could see that. Valheim's incredibly good. Hey, Chinny D. Anyway, thank you for the raid. Welcome, little orclings. We've been logged. Oh, the old Warhammer stuff's amazing. It's funny going through like the old Warhammer manuals. If you really look at the old Warhammer manuals, you just basically see. You're like, okay, I know where Warcraft art style came from. They just basically took Warhammer's art and then passed it through their little filter, and there you go. What's up, Bob? Thank you for the follow. Hi, Byro. Vidar. Am I wrong? I mean, I'm not trying to act like I'm a Games Workshop expert. Excuse me. Alright, let me start flopping some spawners down in here before we kick off the discussion. I've been in the zone placing orange stuff. I was working on a totally different